Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanlığı ve SETA tarafından ortaklaşa düzenlenen bu panelde sizleri ağırlamaktan
We are happy to be hosting you at this program.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, welcome to the NATO's Ankara Moment Strategic Positioning for a Resilient Alliance. We're deeply honored to welcome you all at this panel, jointly organized by Turkey's Communication Directorate and SETA. Before we proceed our program, I'll kindly invite you all to watch a short video. Değerli misafirler, programımıza geçmeden hemen önce sizleri kısa bir video gösterimiyle baş başa bırakıyoruz.
It is no longer defined by a single crisis. Simultaneously, across multiple fronts, it faces multiple realities. The international system is undergoing a rupture unseen in a long time. Power balances are shifting. Alliances are growing in importance. And security is no longer solely military. It has become multidimensional. At the center of this transformation stands NATO, not merely an alliance for deterrence and defense, but a political military consultation platform. Shaped amid the rigid dynamics of the Cold War, though this structure has evolved over time, its core logic remains unchanged. How can collective defense be maintained? Within this equation, one of the actors that has stood out, Turkey. Turkey, beyond its place on the map, a geopolitically significant actor, a crossroads, a balancing point, a line of contact. With its strong armed forces, advanced military capabilities, and a dynamic defense industry, Turkey is a net security provider. In shaping security in the Black Sea, in the pursuit of stability in the Middle East, in maintaining balance in the Balkans, Turkey stands at the intersection of these three axes. Turkey's role extends beyond the military domain. It manages crises. It fosters dialogue. It serves as a bridge. With its growing defense capacity, it reinforces the alliance. In this regard, Turkey is one of the key actors shaping the balance within the alliance. In the new era, warfare begins beyond borders, in cyberspace, in data, in perception. Predictability in the international system is declining. Competition is intensifying. Wars are lasting. And now conflicts are deepening in gray zones. In this new equation, as a strong and reliable ally, Turkey is not merely a member, but a guiding force. In an age of uncertainty, Turkey stands as one of the principal actors of security and stability in the Euro-Atlantic region.
Değerli misafirler, bugünkü panel politika yapıcıları, diplomatları, akademisyenleri ve siz değerli misafirlerimizi Türkiye'nin NATO içerisindeki kritik müttefikliğinin yanı sıra ittifakı şekillendiren stratejik dinamikleri değerlendirmek üzere bir araya getiriyor. Ladies and gentlemen, today's panel brings together policymakers, academics, diplomats, and you all, our distinguished guests, to reflect on Turkey's critical alliance within NATO, as well as broader strategic dynamics that shape the alliance. Değerli misafirler, şimdi sözü daha fazla uzatmadan programımızı resmi olarak başlatmaktan büyük memnuniyet duyuyorum. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is my great pleasure to officially kick off the program with the first opening remarks. Programımızın ilk açılış konuşmasını gerçekleştirmek üzere SETA Genel Koordinatörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Nebi Miş'i sahneye davet ediyorum. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the first opening remark of the program, I'll kindly invite to stage Professor Nebi Mish, the General Coordinator of SETA.
Sayın Bakanım,
Honorable Minister, Head of Communications, distinguished members of the protocol, esteemed guests, and valued members of the press. I greet you with the utmost respect and sincerity. We are holding this event at an extremely critical juncture. On the one hand, we are in an environment where crises are deepening in multiple dimensions, and on the other, we are in a war environment within our region that continues, and although a ceasefire has been declared, the prospect of a lasting peace remains uncertain. Furthermore, we are in a period where discussions regarding NATO's future are intensifying in the context of the Ukraine-Russia war and the recent Iran-Israel-US conflict. Furthermore, Turkey will be hosting one of the most critical summits in NATO's history next July. Therefore, here today, at a threshold where the crisis of the international order, described as an irreversible rupture, is deepening, we are examining how the security and defense architecture will be reshaped. The focus of our panels is on NATO in a changing security environment and the 74th anniversary of Turkey-NATO partnership. Today, the world is undergoing a multidimensional security transformation. Power competition is intensifying, military and non-military threats are intertwining, and uncertainties are mounting. Armed conflicts are becoming more widespread, and disruptive technologies are fundamentally transforming our understanding of security. While the information domain generates both opportunities and threats, non-traditional risks have taken center stage on the security agenda. The international system is, in effect, being subjected to a comprehensive stress test. We are navigating a period where instability is testing solidarity, crises are spreading rapidly, and priorities are shifting in the blink of an eye. In this process, NATO too faces an unprecedented challenge. Russia's attack on Ukraine has fundamentally altered threat perceptions on the alliance's eastern flank. Meanwhile, differing approaches emerging in the context of potential intervention in Iran have reignited discussions on internal cohesion within the alliance. Although such debates are not new in NATO's history, the scale and diversity of the threats we face today are far more complex. For that reason, NATO is currently undergoing one of the most critical tests in history. During this period, strengthening deterrence capabilities, reinforcing the concept of collective defense, and safeguarding the extended deterrence strategy have become more vital than ever. In this context, the Ankara summit, to be hosted by Turkey on 7th and 8th July 2026, represents a pivotal moment that will shape NATO's future, going far beyond a mere geographical hosting role. The responsibility that falls on Turkey is therefore immense. For over 70 years, Turkey has been one of the countries contributing most significantly to the alliance operations and missions. Recent developments such as the war in Ukraine and the Iran crisis have once again highlighted how vital Turkey's geopolitical position and strategic capabilities are. Turkey stands out not only for its military capabilities, but also for its crisis management skills, diplomatic flexibility, and historical experience. Turkey's role in security architecture, being debated yet again in Europe following the war in Ukraine, has become increasingly decisive. As our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has stated, the approach that says European security is inconceivable without Turkey is now being articulated with greater force. The progress in the domestic and national defense industry, combined with on-the-ground experience and high operational capability, has made Turkey an indispensable actor within NATO. While Turkey contributes to the alliance deterrence, it also plays a key role in crisis management process. Turkey's most significant distinction, however, lies in having developed a multidimensional strategic approach that is not limited to military power alone. Our country is one of the few actors capable of fostering stability despite crisis in its vicinity, keeping dialogue channels open between parties, and assuming a mediating role. The diplomatic initiatives undertaken in the Black Sea and the Middle East are the most concrete example of this. Today, Turkey is not merely a country that shares the burden within NATO. It is also a country that identifies threats, anticipates risks, and develops a strategic vision. Its growing influence in the alliance's decision-making process stems not only from its military strength, but also from its diplomatic and technological capabilities. While Turkey continues to contribute to NATO in the spirit of alliance, it also makes it clear at every opportunity that it expects equal and sincere solidarity from its allies. This approach reflects the balanced strategy Turkey has established between its independent foreign policy and its alliance responsibilities. Distinguished guests, as one of the world's leading think tanks, the SETA, we are planning a comprehensive program of activities for this critical period leading up to the Ankara summit, mindful of our responsibility to generate strategic knowledge. This valuable event we are holding today marks the first step in the process I have described. We continue to share with you our studies examining Turkey's journey within NATO, the alliance's circle transformation, and its geopolitical vision. We are bringing you numerous analyses and reports that examine the fundamental challenges and today's security environment and NATO's adaptation strategies in response to these dynamics. In addition to our academic publications, as the time for the summit approaches, we will regularly bring together distinguished local and international experts, academics, and policymakers. Furthermore, as SETA, in partnership with the Munich Security Conference, we will be hosting the official event center for the upcoming NATO summit. This collaboration will enable dozens of leading organizations from the alliance and partner countries to host a variety of events formats in a carefully organized and highly professional setting. The Allies in Ankara initiative, supported by a number of institutional partners, is designed to continue the discussions that will take shape at the NATO summit and to enrich the civil society and academic dimensions. We are fully confident that all these intensive academic and diplomatic activities will produce outcomes that are immense value and provide clear direction within the context of our country's national interest and NATO's strategic vision amidst today's fragile security architecture. With these thoughts, I conclude my remarks by extending my special thanks to our Head of Communications, Professor Burhanettin Duran, for his visionary support and patronage in bringing this event to fruition. I would also like to express my gratitude to our Minister of National Defense, Mr. Yaşar Güler, for honoring us with his presence, to our highly esteemed panelists who have joined us as speakers, to our colleagues at the Directorate of Communications and SETA, who have worked tirelessly to organize this event, and to you, our valued guests and distinguished members of the press, I extend my thanks for your participation and hope that our panel will be enlightening, productive, and successful. I offer my best regards.
Sayın Genel Koordinatörümüze çok teşekkür ediyoruz. I would like to thank our General Coordinator of SETA, Professor Nebi Mish, for the remarks. Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, şimdi açılış konuşmalarını gerçekleştirmek üzere Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Burhanettin Duran'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the opening remarks, I kindly invite to the stage the Turkey's Communication Director, Professor Burhanettin Duran.
Distinguished Minister, esteemed ambassadors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today here we have gathered for this conference that our Directorate jointly organized with SETA. It's under the theme NATO's Ankara Moment, Strategic Positioning for a Resilient Alliance. I would like to welcome each and every one of you with affection and respect. Welcome. Distinguished guests, as we all know, NATO, in an era when the world was in an environment of a Cold War, was established to secure the safety of the people and to establish a collective defense in the face of the threats. When we look back today and look at NATO in general, NATO has fulfilled that responsibility to a very significant extent. But with the conclusion of the Cold War in 1990s, both NATO and all the global actors actually have emerged with the need to refine their security approaches. And in that stage, NATO transcended the classical security approach and assumed several other responsibilities in the face of developing conditions. And NATO, actually, this was a manifestation of NATO's adaptation to new conditions that emerge. In terms of the international system today, we are faced with a new conjuncture, we are at a new crossroads. And NATO alliance is under the pressure of a strong transformation once again. When we look at the emerging situation, we see some convergences of crisis, simultaneous crisis, and we see that the structures that are bearing the brunt of the international system are facing certain pressures. And there's a certain rupture in the international system. Rather than a temporary crisis, this process can be defined more like a permanent crisis management approach, and then it also brings about new threats and problems, and it also requires new solutions. Distinguished guests, after the Cold War period, one of the greatest challenges it has been the Russia-Ukraine war, and it has demonstrated and it has raised the question about how to secure, guarantee security across Europe. And with the onset of the new period, the NATO's new approach and the European Union's approach to NATO and certain questions as to whether the countries will depart from NATO actually directed countries to revise their own strategies. And Turkey, in this context, is more focused on strengthening its cooperation with NATO, and it underlined that NATO should develop its own resilience in the face of such circumstances. Turkey, by considering its own priorities, actually, countries are defending their own strategies, so some divergences appear. This is the case we observe, and NATO, in an environment of structural war, NATO is developing itself, enhancing its resilience, focusing on crisis management, and it has to adopt such a strong strategy to this end. And as in the past, Turkey has the capacity to contribute to NATO's efforts in the upcoming period. And for meeting the security needs of NATO, actually, Turkey is a very significant ally. Distinguished guests, when we talk about the crises of today, the war between USA, Iran, and Israel, actually, it has led to concern for de-escalation. It has been the tensions have been going on for 40 days, and it has a vivid potential of turning certain issues around the world into conflicts, and it triggers such a process. And in this geopolitical structure and environment, armament, ethnical and conflicts, and also these bear some risks for the functioning of the system. And also the international organizations and institutions also have proven to be inefficient in the face of such circumstances. The UN actually unfortunately has lost its function in managing and preventing problems around the world. So in this context, NATO reinforcing its own structure and efforts actually is essential, and the situation shows us how essential this is. NATO should enhance its resilience, and as much as it does this, it will be able to offer solutions for crises. And Turkey is one of the most strategic stakeholders of NATO in this context. Turkey contributes to the alliance, particularly in terms of stability as well as other aspects. Our geopolitical location and our historic stance makes us a country who has a say in the Middle East, who has been a very important ally in the Black Sea region, and also it has developed a capacity of managing the modern threats in such a extent that could be an example for other NATO countries. Well, military, political, economic, and technological threats are in place, and all the risks are being addressed in a holistic manner by our country, and Turkey is trying to exerting efforts to establish its security in all these realms. And with all the capabilities and abilities it has developed, it contributes to both regional and global issues, and it has become a determining and decisive factor. Turkey is not only focused on ensuring its own security as a country, but also contributes to peace and security and the preservation of and strengthening of such an environment in the region and globally. In this framework, Turkey, with its foreign policy based on peace and stability, Turkey stands as a token of stability, a safe haven for the region. Our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, also mentioned this in such words. Today, peace, tranquility, and stability springs to mind the name of Turkey, and from Syria to Gaza, from the Gulf to the war in Ukraine and Russia, there is no equation possible excluding Turkey. When you look at the recent past, in the Russia-Ukraine crisis, we can see that Turkey has assumed a constructive role, and with its leader diplomacy, it brought parties, the leaders of the countries together, and with the grain agreement, it has saved the world from a possible food crisis. And for the Karabakh crisis that has taken decades, Turkey has taken a decisive step and played an important role. In Syria, the war that has been going on years has been concluded also with the contribution of the decisive leadership of our president. And also in the Horn of Africa, in the resolution of the conflict between Somalia and other countries, actually, Turkey has contributed significantly, and also it contributed significantly to the ceasefire, the recent ceasefire attained in our region. Turkey has been exerting all the capabilities of diplomacy, and including diplomacy, it is benefiting from all other initiatives, and by bringing together the parties, preventing escalation has been an important responsibility of Turkey. And by getting into contact with the countries of the region, we try to diminish the impact of differences, and we have been engaged in a very vast diplomatic mobilization for preventing the war from expanding to the region. We talk to the leaders, Pakistan, Qatar, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Oman, and also we have engaged in diplomatic relations with those countries as for the ceasefire, and also with France, Spain, also Germany. We have been in contact with more than 20 global actors. I can say that I have very closely witnessed the diplomatic efforts and leadership by our president in such diplomatic efforts. And on the other hand, our president, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our intelligence organization, and with the Ministry of Defense, our president has been following all the efforts of all these institutions closely, and under his leadership, actually, justice is centered in all the possible solutions, and we will be employing all the capabilities of diplomacy to this end. Despite the recently attained ceasefire, unfortunately, Israel is continuing with its attacks on Lebanon, and it is targeting in this way the steps taken towards peace and stability. And we reiterate our support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon, and we would like to remind all the international parties to do the same thing. And all the processes that we have covered actually have shown us that Turkey is a very serious and significant global actor. In this context, the organization of the NATO summit this year in Ankara is meaningful. And in the capital city of such a strategically significant country, the messages to be given by the leaders will be decisive in NATO's future steps. Distinguished guests, also I would like to say a few words on the communication without ignoring this realm. It is not possible to solve today's problems without focusing on the communication realm. This information perception management, AI-based elements, and cyber elements have become part of conflicts. And in the context of conflicts, there are hybrid threats, and the states in the face of such threats should be having a holistic strategy that are covering all these aspects of the technological and communication realm, and we have to see this. In NATO, for enhancing the strategic communication capacities of the countries is a priority, and this will contribute to the enhancement of resilience. And if we are going to talk about a new strategic positioning, we should be talking about and addressing global crisis within the realm of communication, and we should be exchanging ideas on this, because in the modern era, the global security architecture that will ensure peace and stability requires a robust environment of communication. Distinguished minister, and distinguished guests, I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing that this platform will enable the exchange and ideas and will be auspicious. And I would like to take this occasion to thank SETA, who have illuminated this public opinion with their publications and their research. And I would like to thank you for participating as guests in our panel. And I would like to thank my colleagues who have made this event possible. And in July, we will be holding this historic NATO summit in Ankara. And the evaluations that we will have here today will have a great contribution in terms of creating new opinions, and I would like to thank the panelists as well. I would like to greet you with respect and affection. Thank you.
Sayın İletişim Başkanımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. I would like to thank our Communication Director for the remarks. Hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, kıymetli misafirler, şimdi hitaplarını gerçekleştirmek üzere Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Milli Savunma Bakanı Sayın Yaşar Güler'in kürsü teşriflerini arz ederim. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the opening remarks, it is my great honor to invite to stage the National Defense Minister of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Yaşar Güler.
Distinguished Head of Communications, distinguished ambassadors and members of the National Defense and members of Academy, the members of our SETA Foundation and valued members of the press, and dear students and dear participants, I salute you with respect and sincerity. Today, we have gathered here to celebrate the 74th of Turkey's membership in NATO. And in this meaningful panel, I am very pleased to be here together with you. First of all, I would like to thank for your kind invitation to this event and also for organizing this meaningful panel. And I would like to thank our Directorate of Communications, our SETA Foundation. On this occasion, we will be talking about the transformation the alliance has gone through all this time and Turkey's geopolitical responsibility and NATO's stance in the evolving geopolitical developments. We have gathered here on a meaningful ground to discuss all these matters. Since 1949, the date when NATO was founded, it aimed to protect the security of the member states and institutionalize the collective security idea, also helping being the most long-standing institution of the international security landscape. Even though there have been many alliances founded throughout the time, some of them have been disbanded and some of them rendered functionless. NATO, on the other hand, could adapt to the changing system and produced military deterrence with a high capacity, could make throughout the time, and beyond being a military alliance, it could integrate to the evolving security environment. It has a dynamic and sustainable security architecture. Turkey, starting in 1952, which is the date it became a member, it has been a part of this architecture, but it also has been affecting the decisions, producing results on the field, and contribute greatly to the security of the alliances. It has become one of the defining actors in that sense. In that respect, our country, with its strategic location, it has its high military capacity and close proximity to the crisis environments, could contribute to the southern flank of NATO's collective security. In that sense, Turkey has positioned itself as a central country. Of course, the alliance has a growing, strengthening structure, and in order to make sense of it, we have to take a look at the historical development process of NATO. In that respect, NATO, since 1949, with the Washington Declaration, according to the 5th article of this declaration, it enabled transformation according to the regional and global developments and became the most important alliance the history has ever seen. Following the World War II and according to the military capacities required by the Cold War and the capacities and sustainability processes, by building, co-working together, it created a common security, a mutual shared security. The collective defense strategy created a strong deterrence capacity, but with the end of the Cold War, there was a fundamental change in the international systems. Defined as the end of history by Fukuyama, the Cold War ended with the bringing down of the Berlin Wall, and the alliance military capacities diminished greatly, and there were questions in terms of NATO's necessity. With the conflicts in the Balkans during the same time and the terrorist attacks to the Europe-Atlantic area, the discussions were ended in a short while. In that period, NATO, with capacity building and partners' capacity building, focused on the operations and developed systems to increase the security of its alliance. With the conventional wars, the alliance went through yet another transformation, and in 2020, with the approval of the deterrence capacities, the idea of common security re-emerged. Strategic and regional plans were organized in that sense, and the command structures were established for that, and the alarming triggering mechanisms were modernized. The alliances, in order to develop the military capacities, approved the new military needs and created the necessary budgets in order to realize these military capabilities. In the last year's summit, the same summit and the following meetings, with the demand by the US for a fair involvement, it was accepted that European partners needed to take their fair share of responsibilities, and also US tasked for diminishing its support for Europe. NATO had to take new tasks, and the transformation in that sense is defining for the future of Europe. The European countries, in light of these developments, in order to cement their own security, increase their defense budgets and procurement mechanisms, and also cemented and taken steps to enforce their military capacities. And in order to fight the hybrid threats and to create human source for and financial methods and investments measures have been implemented. On the basis of all of these efforts, NATO's central role plays a huge role, because this is not an organizational structure. It also has a military capability, and there is no other force in Europe, no alternative international structure in Europe. All these developments that I mentioned highlight NATO's institutional transformation and also the allied countries' importance during this process. Within this framework, it should be noted that Turkey, with this long historical process, has been with the alliance, playing an active role in every task the alliance has faced, contributing greatly in the field. In the 74 years, the alliance and our country as well have been tested numerous times. The polarization of the Cold War and the Balkan crisis, the Afghanistan and the security problems, the terrorist threats, hybrid threats, the insecurity in energy and cybersecurity, there have been numerous challenges in that sense. In this period, NATO, with a proactive approach and with an idea of solidarity, it has become the most successful defense organization of the world. Along with the historical experience, looking at the security landscape of our today is important to understand why NATO is indispensable and why Turkey is in a more growing sense important in the alliance. Distinguished guests, as you are well aware, the growing risks and threats and the swift changing of security paradigms, we are going through very fragile and delicate times. On a global and regional scale, we are faced with a growing uncertainty, faced with cyber threats and conventional threats. There are also increase in the cyber threats as well. The regional conflicts, terrorism, and proxy wars have become even more common. The security of energy created the potential for conflicts, and the trade wars and space becoming a new field of competition. These are the security topics for the near future. China has become a possible competitor, and with the US in particular, the world is focusing on Indo-Pacific, with India and Pakistan, with the new trends for conflicts in that line. The Russian-Ukraine war that has been going on has created multidimensional risks, and Israel's attacks against Lebanon and Gaza in particular created uncertainty for the region. This chaotic atmosphere was rendered even more chaotic with the attack against Iran, and Iran's retaliation measures created an even greater risk for our region and the world, affecting all the balance. Therefore, as of yesterday, the ceasefire declared between US and Iran is something that we are pleased to announce in order for the welfare of the region, and we hope that it will be a pivotal moment for a permanent peace. Distinguished guests, in short, I would like to say that the process, the world that we are going through is important for the fundamental transformation of the international security landscape. The changing and unpredictable defense environment in the face of these developments continue as of today as well, and the security and defense equation that we are living in is important in order to increase the resilience capacity of the society and the protection of the critical structures, and to prevent the manipulation of the public opinion. Within this framework, not excluding NATO, the international security institutions should have a balanced and reasonable perception, not only for the regional stability, but also for the sustainability of the global order. There is this reality that the future of NATO is not only based on its military capabilities, but also on its strategic resilience, its adapting mechanisms, and its political integrity. For that reason, the idea of resilience is important in terms of alliances, military capacity, but also in terms of as a force, as a defense force in the face of hybrid threats. Therefore, the allied members must contribute to NATO's holistic defense capacity. In that respect, with our heroic army and our apple of the eye, our defense industry must take measures to increase our national resilience, and this is a must. The basic matter here is that the threat is now close in proximity. However, we have the structure of an army in the face of this threat. In many countries in the world, in defense architecture, they have some insufficiencies in terms of personnel and staff and equipment. It also applies to the matters of discipline and sustainability and command control culture. Many countries are questionable in terms of military preparedness. However, Turkey has been in an environment in terms of the complexity of threats and pressures and its experiences in the field. In that sense, Turkey is a rare country. Our heroic Turkish armed forces in land, sea, and air, they have high preparedness, alert, and ability to has the deterring force, has a strong force in that sense. Our heroic army, in that sense, has the capacity and experience to act in every environment and climate, including the cross-border operations, and has the ability to deploy fastly and to provide logistic support, along with the level of discipline and professionalism of its staff. These qualities are not found in every army of the world. However, these are the most concrete examples of our army. This level is facilitated by the correct staff policies and effective planning and our visionary leadership of our President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, along with the support with the domestic and indigenous equipment. Today, our defense industry, with the electronic warfare capacity and equipment technology and sea platforms and structures, not only contribute to our regional capacity, national capacity, but also to the capacity of NATO. NATO's deterrence and defense concept is important for Turkey's growing emphasis on the threat of terror, and along with the contributions in its geography, it has an understanding of a 360 degrees understanding of defense, has the capacity to deploy in a fast manner. In that sense, Turkey is a rare member. Our country has moved beyond to being a force of a central force. This strategic
force ranging from Afghanistan to Bosnia-Herzegovina to Kosovo to the Baltic region. All the NATO forces have included Turkey as a very important ally with its contributions in the military and equipment, and as well as training. And therefore, Turkey is a country that produces security not only in its own region, as well as the whole NATO domain, evaluating risks and responding accordingly. It's a respected member of the ally, and it has the second largest military in the alliance. It contributes to military training, to drills, and to the combat operations. Actually, all these are being conducted successfully by Turkey. Turkey not only contributes with its force to NATO missions, but also it contributes in training, in joint planning, to command and control processes, and expanding to a wide variety of areas. And it's one of the major allies in this respect. And the closest example, the concrete example of this is the steadfast exercise. We contributed with more than 2,000 personnel in terms of the joint forces, and we contributed with a range of 6,450 kilometers, assuming an active role, and also with contributions in the options of defense or other elements. And also in terms of enhancing our conventional capacity, we are continuing with our efforts. In terms of our ground troop brigades, we have elevated our capacity, and we have assumed several duties from on-the-ground activities to training activities. And for the last 3 years, we have added an additional brigade of special forces called commandos, and these have proven themselves in terms of their success in combat and they are the best implementers of the newly emerging techniques. And as of 2028, for 2 years, the most strategically significant element in NATO, this allied reaction, will be led by Turkey. And as the allied forces, as an important ally, we attach such an importance on NATO that we also apply our 360 degrees approach to this realm. And this underlines the importance of Turkey as well. Also in Kosovo, the KFOR command, we have taken over the responsibility for the second time. And we deployed our coalitional troops in Kosovo for 4 times, and we have this proves that Turkey has been a very dependable actor in this realm. Also in the Mediterranean and the Aegean region, NATO naval combat activities, actually, Turkey has been engaging in such efforts for many, many years. And in Estonia and then in Romania, we will be engaged in NATO policing efforts. Turkey, with all these activities and contributions, is active not only on the ground, but also in the decision-taking mechanisms of NATO, with its highly responsible commanders, making our country a leading actor in the command and control structure of the alliance. Distinguished guests, in NATO, this level of our military and operational contributions also points out our diplomatic and other efforts as well, with the contributions of our country to the alliance and our military and diplomatic force, and most importantly, the effective and reliable leadership diplomacy of our president actually will be in the forefront in the NATO summit in 2026. Alliances are not only there for common threats, but also for common values and for gathering around the common sense. And history shows us this. Therefore, the allies that we share common values with and their leaders' efforts in a transformation will contribute to the determination of adaptation of NATO in a changing security environment. This target, combined with the unity and solidarity across the alliance, will stand strong against the challenges of the day, and it will be highlighting the resolve of NATO. And the future actually holds a lot in this respect, and the Ankara summit especially will be the reaffirmation of the allegiance of the alliance to the Article 5. And with the military capability targets, actually, the allies should be presenting their current state. Also, they will be showing their efforts for the innovative capabilities, and they will be defining the areas of cooperation. And also, this will be an affirmation of the defense and resilience efforts that we demonstrate. And also, non-EU member NATO allies actually are currently excluded, and such security approaches should be given up in our hope. Other than that, the EU, actually, such an approach by the EU will be harmful for the security and security resilience of the European Union, and it will harm the security structure. Actually, Turkey, with its strong defense capabilities and industry, has a great contribution and has the potential to contribute more to the potential of the EU. And the European countries are aware of this, and I think all the other actors will have a reasonable approach to this as well. Distinguished guests, in global power struggles and the conflicts arising from that actually will possibly arise in the coming period. And in this period, the continuity of NATO is very important for our country and for the security architecture across Europe, we believe. Turkey, in the crisis that it is confronted with in this process, is never an escalatory force, but de-escalatory force. It does not deepen the crisis, but it manages the crisis, and it has such an approach. And despite the surrounding crises, Turkey is still a safe haven in its region, and it preserves that quality. And also by engaging in diplomatic efforts, it tries to solve the problems in the region. And in the recent war between the US, Iran, and Israel, our country has adopted a very rational and reasonable approach, and this has been embraced by all the citizens from all segments of the society. Also, in our leaps forward in the national and local production of the defense technologies, actually this seems to be indispensable in the coming period, and also across the public opinion this is the case, the surveys show, and also the respect for our sovereign rights and the adherence to international law are our fundamental principles. I would like to reiterate that Turkey's critical role in NATO, with its independent decision-making capacity, combined with its allied responsibilities, is based on a balanced strategy. This strategy is for the preservation of our national interests, and also it enables us to fulfill our responsibilities for our security. And in the long-term security vision of NATO, actually we have great contributions, and we are resolute in this aspect as well. And in all for all the coming threats, actually potential threats, we will continue with our approach of working together and rub shoulders with our allies. Turkey has a role of stabilizing force, which it fulfills successfully, and it also will continue to be an ally that contributes to the transformation process. In this framework, this panel today, in the transforming security architecture of NATO, we will have raised the awareness in this respect, and we will come up with new evaluations that will contribute to Turkey's upcoming vision. And I would like to conclude my remarks for all those who have contributed to the organization of this event, particularly the Directorate of Communications and the SETA Foundation. I would like to extend my gratitude once more. Also, I would like to thank each and every one of the participants for your valuable contributions and your attention. And I would like to greet you with affection and respect.
Efendim sizleri bir süre daha sahnemizde ağırlamaya devam etmek isteriz. Programımıza aile fotoğrafıyla devam edeceğiz. Aile fotoğrafında Sayın Bakanımıza eşlik etmek üzere Sayın İletişim Başkanımız Profesör Doktor Burhanettin Duran ve Sayın SETA Genel Koordinatörü Profesör Doktor Nebi Miş'i sahneye davet ediyorum ve tüm protokol üyelerimizi de aile fotoğrafına katılmak üzere sahneye davet ediyorum. Ladies and gentlemen, to join us in the family picture, I kindly invite to stage are all protocol members. The floor is yours.
Tamam. Evet, herkese yeniden merhaba.
Hello to everyone again. We're with you at the first panel.
Ask you for your permission to continue as in English. Thank you. And because the audience, I think, is really good in terms of speaking and continuing as English. Okay. So the title of the panel, as you know, is NATO and the Changing Security Environment. This, I think, conceptual framework is really important that we are going to discuss through the session. We will have approximately 3 rounds of questions in which every rounds I will ask 3 diagnostic questions, first of all, and then I would like to ask the specific questions to understand both the paradigm shift in terms of the changing security environments. And then I would like to ask you also ask the questions about the different perceptions from the NATO member countries. Of course, we have representative from Italy and France. The NATO member countries are not limited with the France and Italy, but we will discuss more about how the NATO member countries are perceiving the changing security environments under such an important and significant geopolitical shift in the international system that we are witnessing nowadays. Of course, the changing security environment is not a new topic. Okay, no worries. It's not a new topic. Professionally, I have been reading since the end of the Cold War the changing dynamics of international system, and we have been arguing that international system have been significantly changing. But today, I think we have a very dramatical moment. This is the reason why we define the main title of this conference and the main title of our NATO project as NATO's Ankara moment, because we are living a very interesting moment in which uncertainty is at the center of the understanding, at the center of our perception. And NATO is an defense organization, defense alliance in which it has been trying to transform itself since the very end of the Cold War. But there are differentiation, there are divergencies as well as convergencies amongst the NATO countries, member states, especially after the war in Ukraine. There are different types of security perception, as we have witnessed from the different, framing of NATO, whether it's in crisis or NATO is trying to adapt itself into the newly emerging security environments. So we need to first of all understand what kind of security environment that we are talking about. And the second question, of course, how NATO as an institution is going to adapt and transform into the newly emerging security environment. This is a really important question. From a political perspective, when the politicians frames the NATO, of course, it's a different issue. It's more about political fragmentations that we hear from the different countries, as we heard from the President Trump himself. But when we are talking about from a very military perspective, by taking into consideration the technological innovation, military readiness of NATO, we have a different case. So now we have different representatives from different angles. We have politicians, Ambassador, Akif Kılıç, and we have a retired general from Turkish Army. We have also retired soldier from French Army, and of course, think tankers from Italy that we are going to discuss all these questions. But I would like to, first of all, start by asking, are we witnessing a temporary disruption in NATO's strategic environment, or strategic transformation of the alliance itself? This is a diagnostic question that we have to hear your reactions about this question. I would like to start, first of all, with Yavuz Türkgenci, and then I would like to continue with our other distinguished participants. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. invitation. And also I would like to thank to SETA and also Stratcom Presidency for arranging such an important meeting. Additionally, before starting, in order to stay on the safe side, I would like to point out that my thoughts and opinions are personal thoughts, and it doesn't reflect any institution's thoughts or opinions. After pointing this out, if you take a look at the history of NATO, you may see that more than 70 years, NATO has seen different challenges and different threat environments, but one way or another, they solved the problem. And that's why now NATO can survive. And probably most of you have already known that NATO released 7 strategic concepts. If you would like to understand the evolution of NATO, you need to take a look at them. 3 of them belong to Cold War environment, but 4 of them belong to the environment right after the Cold War. So every time NATO, by releasing relevant strategic concepts, try to get by some challenges. Now today, I think NATO faces the same problem. On one side, United States doesn't want to continue with the burden concerning NATO, try to decrease it. On the other side, European allies or EU allies want to do their best, but they are going to have, I think, some problems concerning that. And in that respect, NATO is going to be very important. And the last strategic concept released in, if I'm not mistaken, 2022, right after Ukraine war. Ukraine war started in, I think, in February. So that was a reaction against that conflict. Now, in Ankara, probably they are going to maybe release an annex or a document which is going to help NATO to adapt the changing circumstances. When I say adapting to the changing circumstances, NATO has some tools. And in addition to strategic concept, defense planning issue is very important. And the defense planning system, NDPP, we call it as NDPP, and also lessons learned from Ukraine will be on the agenda. And based on that, being a very adaptive organization, NATO will manage to get by some challenges.
Thank you.
That's all from my side. Thank you very much for the
to get your reaction, especially to understand more about the changing strategic landscape where the NATO members are located. So how do you assess the changing security environments and the transformation of NATO within that particular context?
Yes, thank you, Jam. And first of all, I would like to thank you, SETA, and the İletişim Başkanlığı for the kind invitation and overall for.
I thank the Directorate of Communications and SETA for organizing this event.
Many expectations are on the table. Coming to your question, definitely, I do agree that what we are witnessing is a more structural transformation than a temporary crisis. Due to the shifting of the international environment, international system, as you said, now we are shifting towards a sort of layered multipolar system. Also between us, there is a sort of fatigue in defining what kind of international system we are living in. And definitely this international system is not the same as the system where NATO was created back in 1949. I mean, and also the Cold War wasn't there as well. Moreover, beside of the challenges, because we are seeing many conflicts and many, but the escalation of violence in multi-theater frameworks, they are posing different challenges to NATO. NATO has been institutionalized as a defense organization where also the centrality of US was a key point, a pivot. And nowadays, overall, after the Trump administration, President Trump came to power, this American centrality is under question. I mean, also if we listen to the narrative and to the speech to Trump, we can always hear that America has to withdraw from NATO. So this spirit is also under scrutiny. So basically, it's also seen that due to the challenges, the need of collective security is back on the table, because for a long time, NATO has been focusing more on the idea of deterrence overall during the Cold War. In this equilibrium, as the gentleman speaker before said, has been dramatically changed after 2022, after the Russian invasion to Ukraine. So the balance also within the NATO members has been changing as well. We have witnessing some other critical points, I do believe, and they're also in front of our eyes within the NATO bloc. Because there are some countries such as Italy, such as Turkey, for example, and they are giving more importance to the southern flank of the alliance, where the direct threats are coming from. Overall, if we refer to what's going on nowadays in the region after the Israel war on Gaza and then the Israel and America war on Iran. And this is changing a bit the vision already within the alliance, because for long the attention was paid towards the eastern flank of the alliance. But the new focus, and I think this will be one of the main topics that eventually will be discussed in Ankara, is also paying attention in terms of effectiveness and investment towards the southern flank. Because when we speak about southern flank, also the projection towards some other chessboards, such as Africa, are of crucial importance. And lastly, I think the main challenges that nowadays we have within the NATO is also related to the relations with US, as I mentioned before, as well as the role that European by itself wants to play in terms of strategic autonomy, because some member states are more keen to have a more strategic autonomy within the Europe as a bloc by itself, while some others are just relying, and they want to rely on NATO and the centrality of US. And some other countries, such as Italy, for example, they are aiming at bridging the gap and playing the role of bridge maker between all this fragmentation. And on the top of everything, I see that this transformation has also to tackle the issue of the fiscal policy towards NATO. Because among the NATO members, there are issues related to the defense expenditure. They are not equal. And also, along with the benchmark that has been set in the last NATO summit in The Hague, reaching the 5% of the national GDP, it's not easy for many of the historical, let's say, members of NATO. And I also refer to Italy, that already, I mean, we have been facing, we have been struggling to reach the 2% for a long time. And now with the new threshold will be another burden on our public budget as well. So we are in this situation where we have to cope with the transformation, but the challenges are many. And I conclude by saying that also one of the main challenges that at level of infrastructure, a level of intelligence, much is in the end of US still. So within this tension between Europe, by following a more autonomous stance, and the US that aims or wants or would like to withdraw from NATO, also we are witnessing this tension as matter of infrastructure, as matter of logistics, and also intelligence sharing. So we are really in a kind of hot and pivotal moment for the alliance.
Thank you. I would like to turn Mr. Patrick to take his reactions, especially concerning the two previous speakers have rightly mentioned. We have been particularly trying to understand the strategic concept since the end of the Cold War, especially to make NATO more efficient to overcome the challenge. As Valerie mentioned, there are a lot of challenges. How you see the gap between the strategic concept that NATO has released in 2022 and the newly emerging security landscape across Europe?
Thank you very much. So first of all, I am very honored to be here as a retired general from the French and Space Force, and also associate research fellow at IRIS in Paris. This is my point of view, but also I think it is shared by a lot of European allies. I remember when I was a young captain, when the Soviet Union collapsed, it was in 1991, some experts, they predicted that NATO would disappear. Why? Because the Warsaw Pact no longer existed, and also the NATO's original purpose was gone. So it was supposed to be useless. It was a brilliant assessment, but fortunately, some political parties, they think that we need NATO, and it goes on. NATO has not been dissolved. I think that all the governments and decision makers, they had a moment of clarity, even before the start of the wars in the former Yugoslavia. In my opinion, it's very easy to disband, but it is very hard to rebuild, especially something that works very well, and that could also evolve in a more comprehensive role, the famous comprehensive approach of NATO. The main reason because NATO survived is also political. This is not just a military alliance. This is a forum where countries, they can build trust and prevent conflicts. This is a toolbox, a bridge between all the countries, and dialogue, this is very important. This is the cornerstone of NATO. I remember also when I was defense attaché in Ankara, I was here at a time where the relations between France and Turkey was very bad. And thanks to NATO, a minimum of dialogue was maintained due to a shared membership of the alliance. As a soldier, I see that NATO, speaking about capabilities, has unique capabilities. This is the only alliance in the world that can plan and conduct complex multinational operations. If you can find in the world another example, just tell, because I don't see. This is, in a capability point of view, an organization able to coordinate dozens of countries' armed forces. They coordinate their equipment, they coordinate their doctrines. In NATO, you have a lot of combat-proven structures. For instance, SHAPE, Allied Command Operation. It allows countries to train together, to plan missions together, and to operate seamlessly in crisis. This is something no other organization can replicate. Something I also appreciate in NATO is not a fact of members. It has developed a lot of partnership of peace, Mediterranean dialogue, Istanbul Cooperation Initiative. And when I was also a course member in the NATO Defense College in Roma, it was some years ago, this is something I really appreciated. we can build consensus among allied and friendly countries, even if the political views are totally different. We build something. Of course, the final product is not the product we expect, but this is the product. Now for what does it tell to me? NATO was expected to vanish, but it has evolved. It has adapted to all geopolitical realities. For the capabilities operational, it is maintained. Of course, I'm speaking about NATO in a good way, but it has also its flaws. One of them, when I was in Afghanistan, operational commander, I had to deal with all national restrictions, what we call the caveats. And it is not easy to build an operation with such restrictions. Of course, we speak about gap of capacity, but maybe you have also something to do with national priorities. If you put a lot of assets in operation with so much restrictions, you cannot conduct the operation. So, of course, capabilities, but before political strength. Nevertheless, in my opinion, NATO remains a very credible and stable and good organization.
Thank you. I would like to take this frame to raise a question to you, Mr. Ambassador. I think you are the right person in this room to ask the question about Turkey, especially how Turkey perceive the changing dynamics of international environment, particularly related to NATO landscape in Europe, and what is the Turkey's perception and perspective within NATO in terms of responding and overcoming to all those challenges?
Thank you very much, and also I would like to thank all the organizational institutions, İletişim Başkanlığı and SETA for organizing this timely event just before the NATO summit. Hopefully that will take place in July, in Ankara in the beginning of July. And having just heard about the general summarization of different views regarding NATO's origins, its developments, its strategic concepts, and where we are today and the challenges that we have faced, I think it is pretty clear that to say that there was a certain amount of perception regarding the world, how it is developing after the First and the Second World War, which in those days, in 1945, really shook the world to its core. Because up until that time, the world hadn't seen this scale of war. I mean, there have been wars, obviously, but the scale of the war and the price that humanity paid was on a different level during the First and Second World Wars, and especially at the end of the Second World War, obviously. The use of the atomic bomb put a frightening concept into humanity where it said we can destroy ourselves by just clicking a button and sending one weapon. That evolved into the world that we know as today, but I think we should not take NATO into a jar and put it aside and say, this is NATO, everything else is this and that. NATO is run, organized, produced, developed by human beings with the experience that they have from the past, including all political and military experiences. But the main pillar of NATO was we need a military alliance with defensive posture against an aggressor of that day, to protect the ideas and ideals, not only philosophically and historically, but also economically, against another bloc which is viewing things totally differently. So we have to face it. Economical realities have played a part in the foundation of NATO, not only NATO, also in the foundation of various different international organizations. EU is part of this, OECD is part of this, the European Council is part of this. Maybe the only exception to a organization worldwide is the United Nations, which is not primarily an economical organization, which is more based on a different agenda, but has economical inputs as well. Coming back to NATO, I think when we see the world in this way, we have to understand that NATO is also developing, evolving, changing, adapting. But like rightly our French colleague said, there was a time where the question was, is NATO obsolete? Why do we need it anymore? And quickly there was a shift where in the world it was said, well, NATO is primarily a defense organization, an alliance, based on certain political values that has to go into the future because we never know what might happen. Now we have to bear in mind that military challenges are also, for the most part, incorporated with political challenges. And when I say political, I don't mean it in the sense where we say, your political ideology is this, yours is this, we don't agree, so we don't talk with each other. No, on the contrary, even if we have differences, fundamental differences, we stay by a charter that we have agreed to. That was challenged quite a lot in the past. And I don't want to get political here, but I can say pretty sure from personal experience that unfortunately in certain times, Turkey was a country that was strongly on the receiving end of criticism, not on the giving side. Having said that, these challenges are not new. We have to remember what happened in Bosnia-Herzegovina. That was under NATO's watch as well. How much did we succeed? In the beginning of the 2010s, France and Britain had an operation against Libya. And we were referring to the United States. It is pretty clear that the United States, both economically, militarily, intelligence, so militarily I put every aspect of this, is the main contributor and supplier to NATO's strength. However, we have to also understand, I believe that the comfort zone that we had in the 90s, the beginning of the 2000s, maybe also from the end of the 80s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we were in, the world was in a euphoria. Now we can go, books were an end of history, one world, one polar. Exactly. So globalization, everything, it didn't go in that way. We have new challenges. We have challenges that evolved. Like I said, Libya, one example. The UK and France started an operation. In the end, after I think it was 72 hours or so, I was still a young MP then, the United States had to, in this or that way, become part of it. Because in the start, they said, we're not going to take part. But then on military levels, they needed to be involved. I'm not going to go into details. I think in the room, everybody knows those. The comfort zone that I'm referring to is when the European Union, as an institution, flourished because of trade, of various reasons, no more Eastern Bloc, no more Soviet Union, we can do trade everywhere. Representatives of Western market economy be showing up in old communist, the Soviet Union. It was a change. That the main pillar was that we got so relaxed about issues, and I think we thought that the economical output that we're putting towards our nations and our people will increase, and we're going to get to a point where the machine will just work itself, and we just have to think about very high standard philosophical issues. It's not how the world works, and I think we are experiencing that firsthand now. So in that sense, yes, when the United States says, well, I've taken the burden for more than 70 years, you have to now, as Europe and other members, mainly European members, you have to contribute more to it. I can understand where that is coming from. I mean, okay. But in the case of some European members, the question is, how much can they go further because of their own limitations? Take example, Germany. They had very strong set boundaries on military output that they can contribute to. But now they are shifting as well. They have been changed. So what I'm saying is basically that in a flow of time, the world is changing, world politics is changing. We were being criticized very strongly for our actions in Syria. We are a NATO member. We are still a NATO member. We were a NATO member then. We were being politically criticized, and certain actions were taken against Turkey because what we were doing or applying in Syria. Not going to go into details, like I said, everybody probably knows them. But where we are today is that most of the criticism that was put towards Turkey from those different various countries, they are now trying to engage with the new realities of Syria in a positive manner. So we sometimes tend to lose the vision of our unity and where we can say, stop, go, we have to criticize political correctness and these things. Now, where we are today is we are going through a war in Ukraine with Russia. We have a war on Gaza from Israel, and we have a now military conflict and war basically between the United States and Israel towards Iran. And the region is getting involved. And today is an interesting day to have this panel. Just yesterday, there was a positive breakthrough in the conflict in the Middle East where a ceasefire has been brokered. Yes, there are tensions, but it's getting calmer and calmer. We can go into that debate later, how we will proceed in the future. But what I'm trying to explain is there's always a possibility, maybe a philosophical place, maybe also the experience that was achieved by NATO in the last 77 years is a very valuable experience. The institution that it has become, it has its flaws, it has its mistakes, even if you want, shortcomings, but it's an organization where different countries, ideas, nations, philosophies have merged on a military level, even without going to war with each other. That is maybe the most important part. And my last point on this round would be, we have to be very, very careful where we have achieved, even if we criticize it to the end. I mean, maybe we, as Turkey, and me personally, stepping away from my official position, when I went through the last 15 years, I have a lot of things that I could use very harshly to criticize NATO. But the reality is, we have an institution, we have certain gains that we have experienced and fought for and brought together on a level where we can talk to each other, even if we don't agree. We have to bring it into the future and not duplicate it. My main concern from my position is a duplication process would be very harmful to NATO. What I'm referring to is if the EU decides one day, because nearly all members of the European Union are now NATO members. After Sweden and Finland joined, it's even the higher number. And there's talk about the European defense, security, and all these issues. So if you duplicate what NATO has, maybe that is also the question mark, which brings us to where we are today, when some of our bigger members are saying, well, if you're going to do it alone in other sections, why do you need us? So we have to strike a balance and be careful not to lose what we have already fought for and brought about. So that is another project after the, because let's face it, the EU is a political project that was also produced and has found its way into the history after the Second World War. NATO as well, the UN on a certain level as well, the European Council as well. So they should not be competing with each other, putting the UN aside, which is on top of every other organization. But that is, I think, another challenge that we have to address today.
I would like to continue with you, Mr. Ambassador, because what you are, framing in terms of explaining the divergencies and convergencies among the NATO countries. I would like to learn Turkey's experience and real perception regarding this divide, because Turkey is supporting the very, the cohesions among the NATO countries without referring any sort of regional division. But at the same time, Turkey is really supporting to become a part of newly sort of emerging security and defense architecture in Europe. Don't you think that it's a challenge for Turkey while supporting NATO, Europe, as our previous speakers have mentioned, there is an emerging strategic autonomy in Europe. What will be the potential consequences for Turkey, and how Turkey is positioning itself in this a real game?
I think in that sense, and again, what I'm basically referring to is that when we have an identity that is already proven itself, let's say on the 60, 65, 70% of things that it was set out to achieve. There are shortcomings, like I said, but the main problem I think here is that it is not that Europe is increasing its defense capabilities and infrastructure. I think the challenge is to balance it in a correct way, as not to diminish the importance of NATO, which is global, in the sense it has outside of the EU members as well, and with the coming together of these capabilities. Because when we talk about NATO, we always refer to deterrence, and in order to have deterrence, you have to have capability. Now, I think it is the balance in between these two issues that we have to be very careful. The question that you put forward is, yes, we are not looking towards it regionally, but it is a reality that we are at the south and southeastern flank of Europe, of NATO. But at the same time, we are also at the south and southeastern flank of the European Union. We are not a member, we are sort of a partner, which is not a member, but just close to being a member, customs union, all these things. So we are part of the infrastructure of the European Union's, not Europe's as a continent, the European Union's defense mechanism, but we are a main pillar of the security infrastructure for the European continent. See what I mean? So there are these two institutions that are trying to balance out each other. The problem that arises here is, if you put your political persuasions in front of your defense capability and deterrence capabilities and say, if I may, I'm going to take a very, very clear example here to make my point. Defense and missile capabilities of the European Union and defense and missile capabilities of NATO. Now, if you compare these two, there's a difference, obviously. Europe is coming up and building up and is using a program or producing a program in which it's saying, let's go forwards, let's put everybody in and produce this. But then, now I'm getting outside maybe the paralysis, but this will be discussed in the summit, hopefully in Ankara as well. But then you bring in political arguments to keep one of your strong main pillar allies that is doing a lot back because of the European Union perspective. The same can be said from for example, an American ally's perspective, as America is an ally as well, like we discussed in the Syrian question. When we were, by the instructions and the vision of our president, when we were doing what we believe it was right, and it turned out to be right as well, in Syria, United States as an ally also said, in that political persuasion in those days, we are not going to supply you certain armaments. But we were saying, look, we are a part of NATO, we are south and southeastern flank. We have to be on the vigilant, we have to be strong to be deterrent, but we have to have capabilities to do that. If you're not providing me the capabilities for being a deterrent member, how can you expect from me to defend your south and southeastern flank, which sits basically at the hotspots for both NATO and the European Union? After 2022, when the war in Ukraine started, it's to the north of us. Israel against Gaza, the war started, it's in our south. Now the Middle Eastern situation where Iran is, United States and Israel is at war with Iran, and the Gulf countries are sort of sitting in the middle and getting pounded by it, it's again in our neighborhood. If you put in, Iran is our neighbor, Iraq is our neighbor, Syria is our neighbor, Ukraine is our neighbor to the North Sea. All the hotspots that we are talking about today in the world, and all the organizations that we're referring to, are right smack next to Turkey. And you're saying, in the past, not today that much, but today is still, but you're saying to that member, to that ally, well, you're sitting there, you are a member of us, you are part of the alliance, you are the second biggest military, but we are not going to provide you with capabilities to deter those hotspots from running into you. So these are the balances that I was referring to, and maybe in your question, that is the thing. The European Union, when they're producing, no doubtly, also very important material, should be, in my view, should be sharing this very openly with Turkey based on its history, track record, and military capabilities we have to go to the future. Maybe just in the two final sentences, what has this limitation produced for us? The aim was to lower Turkey's military capability as a, I don't want to say punishment, but as a political instrument to control the political system in Turkey. So what happened? The contrary happened. We said, okay, if you're not going to provide us, we're going to put our young brains, our young minds to the job. We're going to use all the experience that we have from our past experiences and look to the future. Where we are today now is where we have been the country that has provided the first and most strong defense mechanism in the war in Ukraine. We are at the forefront of providing security to our immediate neighbors who need it. And we are also now one of the bigger arms producers in the world, and also are in that defense sector where it's going into the world market, also in Africa and other places. So the aim was to control or diminish the capability. The result is we have our own capability, which is rising and is now also shared by our allies. I have to also say Spain. They worked with us, and we have produced very good products together and are going to produce in the future. So I think that is what I'm saying. There is a balance that we have to look out for.
Thank you. I would like to turn to Dr. Yavuz. Dr. Yavuz, yes, it is true. We have to accept the political differences. It's a hot potato in our hands. But how about the military calculations? Because when it comes to the operationalization of the strategic concept and the other many political discussion, at the end of the day, you as a soldier in the main headquarters of the NATO in Brussels, you have to weigh something relevant with the military requirements and necessities. How does NATO manage diverging threats, perceptions, and militarily transform NATO?
Thank you very much. And maybe I have to start with stating more or less every operational planning starts with threat assessment. Yes, in NATO, there is a threat assessment. If you read concept, the last concept, 70th concept, you may see that. But it's not a secret that there is non-alliance concerning the threat assessment. And how we are going to get by it? NATO came up with threat-informed system, and I will try to explain this. If you go to Eastern allies in Europe, they are going to feel threat very deep, and they are going to tell you that in 2 years we are going to get, attacked. If you go a country in the southern part, for example, Italy or the others, the most important problem is illegal immigration or terrorism or counterterrorism. So if you take a look at the latest strategic concept, they issued a 360-degree threat assessment. Over there, you can see that Russia and also southern part, terrorism, illegal immigration, but also you may see China. That's a three-vector approach. One vector goes to Russia, that's deter and defense. The other vector goes to the south, that's stabilize the region. And the last one goes to global challenges such as Chinese rise or technological problems or the others. So that's 360. And if you take a look at, we don't have a homogeneous threat assessment. If you go to the eastern part, you have another threat. If you go south, you have another one. So threat-informed approach will be based on the realities of each region, taking into account of risks and strategic priorities. So NATO started to do that. As a result of that, they came up with 3 plans. One of them toward east, the other one is south and north. And based on that, you can see that NATO started to take some measures such as enhanced forward presence or tailored forward presence, or trying to review air defense, missile defense. And by doing so, they started to adapt, or NATO started to adapt the current threat environment. But right now, maybe I would like to distract your attention to a very important issue. We don't have a changing situation. Maybe we have a new security order. There is a difference. New security order, changing security order. So based on that reality, for example, there are some discussions that concerning Ukraine, there are 2 blocks. One block composed of Russia, China, Iran, and also North Korea. The other block composed of NATO members and EU members. But if you compare both blocks, you can see that there are some problems among NATO nations, and also there are some problems among EU nations. And in addition to that, there is another third one. There is a problem between EU and NATO. So that's a tough question. And one day, Ukraine war is going to end up. Then the real question will be raised, how we are going to establish the stability and European security architecture. That's going to be the key. And the same thing is valid for Iran's situation. It's not only Iran, regional stability will be important, and all of these unstable regions will have impacts in Africa, for example, because they need food. Where are they going to get it? From Ukraine or Russia. They need fertilizer. Where are they going to get it? From Middle East. Or helium. Where are they going to get it? So we need a stable region. So NATO started to work on lessons learned out of Ukraine, and they are concentrating on that. And based on that, you may see that they released a political guidance. Political guidance is the start of NATO defense planning right after the strategic concept. And that cycle is going on right now. And probably as a result of that, they are going to have defense planning and operational planning based on that 3 plans. So they are going to be adapting, NATO adapting to the current security situation, I think, without any problem. Thank you.
I would like to ask a very brief follow-up question.
Sure.
What should be the number 1 lessons learned from Ukraine war for NATO?
Right now, if you take a look at all NATO members and also EU members, armed forces, they apply industrial age military organizations. If you take a look at, for example, a brigade, you can see that 2 battalions of tank, 1 battalion of, mechanized battalion. That's old. We should be able to transfer our military organizations and our understanding immediately to the digital age, or what order of battle or military organization immediately. And take a look at what's going on in that respect in Ukraine. We see unmanned system units, and there is a right now new branch. They call it as unmanned system branch, like artillery or tank. And they came up very creative, innovative approach in order to challenge the other side. Let's say like this, the other side. And they try to do the same thing. Adaptability will be the key. It has to be adaptive. And for example, a technology will live on the battlefield 2 weeks or 6 weeks. After that, it is gone. You need to work on new technology, and you should be able to adapt this to military concept or vice versa. It goes very fast, very innovative. And I don't know
Thank
if it
you.
is.
Thank you. Valeria, I would like to turn to you by picking up one of the important concepts that Dr. Yavuz has mentioned, the security order. Now, it's really common to speak about the emerging and new security and defense architecture in Europe. I think it's not a new phenomenon, by the way. Since the end of the Cold War, we have been talking about European army and other sort of security arrangements around Europe. But the question is, what went wrong for Europe? Why now we are talking about new security and defense architecture in Europe?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will quote what Ms. Ambassador Kilic said, that in Europe, we did not really expect anything like this to happen. And we were very in a comfortable zone, right? So we developed the union in political terms. We developed the union more in economic and trade terms, but we did not put any effort for developing on security and defense level. Why? Because on the other side, we relied much on US and NATO. And we did not expect that a war would erupt at our doors. For example, along with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So we weren't ready, and I do believe that now we are not still ready. Like, the rhetoric is back on the table, so we are speaking about defense, rearming Europe, joint procurement, and the defense industry, but still we have political volatility, as we said, we have fragmentation inside the bloc, different issues related to defense and budget expenditure, and the different vision, as the gentleman before said. So also the perception of the threats is different. Italy, for example, gets a line as Turkey, more on the southern flank, because we believe that anything happening in this region has a direct spillover in terms of our security and political stability when it comes to migration, energy, terrorism, human trafficking, and so on and so forth. But definitely our perception is not the same perception of the northern European countries.
You mean the Italy's perception?
Yes, Italy's perception, yes. So we are now living in this limbo, like we would like to, but we are also stuck in a situation that Europe doesn't know, according to my point of view, yet how to proceed. Because still we rely on America, but we are not comfortable with this American administration. We are speaking about a strategic autonomy by Europe, but still there are many issues among the members. already Europe has a margin of strategic autonomy when it comes to some civilian missions and also military missions that we had in the Balkans, in Africa, and in some other regions. It proved to be autonomous when had to put sanctions on Russia, for example, when had to vote for supporting Ukraine and by also delivering some weapons. And now it's trying to create a sort of new pocket of autonomy in terms of defense industry. But again, when it comes to defense industry, we have different stances and different positions among the EU member. I do believe that in this, Italy is trying to play a role as bridge maker, also trying to mediate about the stances, also mediating between US and European as a bloc. And what I see that Italy has an asset, before Mr. Kilic spoke about Turkey and Spain, for example, but also Italy has invested a lot in creating a strategic partnership with Turkey, along with the Baikal Leonardo acquisition and then the joint venture LAC system. Now we are speaking about Eurofighter. Yesterday I read the news about the SAMT anti-missile system. So in our side, I mean, from the Italian point of view, there is awareness that we are not ready to cope with the crisis, but to some extent we have to move. And the way is just throughout strategic partnership with key actors, I mean, in terms of defense industry. But will this be enough? It will be able Rome or any other actor to bridge the gap with the whole bloc? This is still a question mark. I mean, the challenges I see within Europe are many nowadays. They are political, they are the challenges given by the infrastructure, by the finance, as we said, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Patrick, I would like to turn to you to take your reactions, especially about the really strong framing of NATO from two particular countries. One is France and the other one is United States. I think President Macron, when he defined NATO's brain date, it was the brain death. It was before the London summit, I think. And now United States, especially Foreign Secretary Rubio, says one-way street. So how do you see these divergences and framing about NATO? Is it possible to think about NATO without United States? And if so, what does it mean for Europe?
Thank you very much. France supports both organizations, NATO and EU. This is not one more, one less, this is the same. But of course, why do we support also the strategic autonomy in Europe? This is because of these agreements. We say that one time we have to build our own organization because it doesn't work every time, and this is true. But what do we mean also by this strategic autonomy? This is the ability to decide alone without relying to the USA, or not too much, I would say. Not too much. Not only in defense area, but also economical, political, energy, and so on. But it is not easy to say. In fact, what is not easy also is to make some countries understand that the two organizations are complementary. And some countries, they don't understand. They still believe that NATO is the only organization for defense. For instance, Petersburg mission, for instance, they don't understand what it is. So this is a lot of pedagogy, and we don't succeed every time to explain. Now, for USA, this is the main topic. Will they stay? Will they leave? Will they still protect Europe or not? And this is the main issue. And because of that, I think we have to take that into consideration. It is true also that we still depend on the USA. Even in France, our UAVs are from USA, for instance. We are autonomy, we are also nuclear power, autonomous, but we still rely on the USA. So it is not easy, to to find something, I would say, equal. I would say that the truth maybe is somewhere in the middle. Not totally EU, not totally NATO. From some point of view, the truth is in the middle. It is not easy to explain, especially to some countries that still believe that the USA will stay in a long term. We have some doubt. Some countries, they say, no, they will not leave. So it is not easy to, I would say, to manage both points of view.
Okay, thank you. In the final round, I would like to ask you the same question for the all panelists to understand the future trajectories of NATO. Mr. Ambassador, what do you expect? Are you expecting more fragmentation, more integration, or a sort of flexible NATO? And followingly, I think this is also important. Why Ankara summit is so important?
Now, I don't have a silver ball, a crystal ball. I cannot foretell the future. However, when we look in what we have experienced in the last 77 years of NATO's establishment, but like we said in the first round, there are a lot of other factors that filter into decision-making processes of today. NATO, of course, is one of them. And I mean, the General is absolutely right. 300 degrees threat assessments, regional security issues, these are important. Not only important, they're pivotal because you have to have a framework in a mindset, if you will, a roadmap on which you start. But I think the difference here is 30, 40 years ago, we had a map. We sat down. Like you said, we used pens and paper, looked it up. For example, we're going to travel from A to B. You look in the map, this highway, this country road, we're going to go through this checkpoints and this ones. That was reality. Today, you take this one, you take your smart, which I call actually dumb phone, because it only does what you tell it, but it has the capability of misleading you. That's another subject. And you just type in, I want to go from A to B. And it gives you various options that you again choose from, but it gives you the options. Now, in today's war, I totally agree. You have a capability that you produce. We've seen this on the field, in the reality. We're not talking about some sort of papers or perceptions or preparations that we have done in briefing rooms. No, the reality is you produce a capability. 1 month later, the other side produces a counter capability against that. So you have to adapt. But for example, in the Second World War, when you produced a Sherman tank in various numbers, you have, in that time it was the Nazi regime that was against, you have the Germans, the Nazi regime producing this amount of tanks, you just overrun them. Today, in the question of Ukraine, they're using new capabilities and technology to hit 2,000 kilometers away a target, which hurts the opposing side. Why? Because we have a phenomenon in our world right now that none of us is able to stop. None of us is able to run away. We're keeping it at our side, even when we're on the panel. And it's the technology to communicate, not always right, but to communicate, and social media, which gives us the capability to watch what is happening in 1-2 minutes interval. Put yourself, everybody in this room, put yourself in a position where you are 20 to 25 years old, male or female, doesn't matter, and you're living in, say, in Paris. You know, as the General is here, I want to refer to beautiful city, Paris. It's 1940, 41. You're a youngster in Paris. The Germans have just overrun your city and your country. You know it. You're living through it. You're experiencing it firsthand. But a person who's living in, let's say, Turkey, Istanbul, 1940, 41, 42, he or she has not even seen a picture, maybe, of what is happening. If there's some pictures in the newspaper that come out and they print it, you see it. Today, a country goes to military conflict with another country, war, military conflict, whatever you call it, it starts 5 minutes later, you're watching it on news or on TikTok or whatever into social media platform. We are watching live how missiles are being fired and how missiles are trying to be intercepted. And unfortunately, we are watching people die live on television.
Does it give us leverage, advantages or not?
It goes both ways.
Always.
Because the advantage is, once you see it, you have to act. You can act maybe quicker. The disadvantage is you get numb to it after a certain time. It doesn't affect you that much anymore. And the other problem is, today's, and the military people in this room will know this better than me, but what I have seen on my experience from my political way, life that is going on, the capabilities that we have to apply military power or weapons-grade power to any problem has increased by 100, 200, 300-fold. Not only in capability, the destruction power, but the timing. What took you maybe a month, 2 months to plan, today takes you maybe 1 or 2 hours. In some cases, even minutes. Just if you take shooting down a missile, how much time do you have? 10 minutes maybe. Once a supersonic missile is fired, how much time do you have to intercept it? You're talking minutes, not hours.
Depends on where it's being fired.
Exactly. And it depends on how strong you are in trying to intercept it. And if you have your allies with you or not, that's another question. But the reality is this. We are going through a historical shift and change in time where we are seeing the change, living the change, experiencing the change, taking the document that was prepared 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, 3 years, even maybe a month ago. When we were talking about the war in Ukraine, 3 months ago, we were talking about something else. Today we are. In Gaza, 70,000 people have been murdered. There have been genocides applied there. And we have watched it live on television. That's why I'm referring, the human nature gets numb to certain things. And we have to tackle that as well. But the plain point is Ankara is going to be, of course, important. And it's an interesting time. When we have the summit in Ankara, inshallah, hopefully, we will address all these questions. The military side will, the political side will, the analysts will, the technological side will. Everybody is going to be talking about, but just look at what we have experienced in the last 2 years. Or let's do it just from the last NATO summit in Holland. Last 365 days. What the world has gone through. When we take the example of previous conflicts, what has happened in a long time has happened in a very short time today. We talked about social media, but there's one important, very important, I think, element that we have to take very seriously, very, very seriously. And that is the destructive power of the weapons that we are able, as humanity, to produce today. It's not comparable to any time in our human history of how much destructive power we are able to harness from capabilities that we have around and put into weapons. That is something that we have to take very seriously and look into the future, how we are going to manage these conflicts, let's say, managements that we have.
Thank you. Dr. Yavuz, I would like to ask briefly the same question. What's your expectation? A more fragmented, more integrated, or what? Flexible type of NATO? Is it very briefly, because we are running out of time?
Very briefly, first of all, security situation will get worse. When I say will get worse, we have seen a nuclear bomb use threat during the Ukraine war. And there are a lot of problems, and as I have already pointed out, at the end of the day, security situation is going to get worse. Even we stop the wars, it's going to be very, very difficult to establish a stable situation or stable regions up in north and our south, I'm sorry. So in order to do that, NATO has a very solid command and force structure and other procedures such as NATO defense planning system. So it would be very, very unfortunate to disturb that system by saying that EU is going to take it over. Very honestly and very briefly, I can say that. So we need to be very careful in that respect, not a second command structure or force structure of EU, but destroying some of the characteristics of NATO may cause a lot of problems, taking into account the security situation. That's number one. Second, non-EU countries, Canada, Turkey, Norway, UK, are very good security exporters, stability exporters. So if you leave them out of EU defense planning, or even, I mean, in the future, maybe some aspects of NATO, that's going to be very dangerous. I just want to underline this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Valeria, what's your expectation?
Well, given the challenges, I would like to be a bit positive
Okay.
by saying that I will see... We need,
Yes.
at least for closing, and maybe like a flexible design of NATO, like flexibility of the member states and looking at new partnership, maybe along with the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, that may be a topic. And already the fragmentation is there, but when I speak about integration, already we spoke about the importance of interoperability as a unique case in NATO, and also the signs throughout defense industry cooperation, joint procurement. So at bilateral level are working. We may find a mechanism into making it easier into the NATO framework, hopefully, inshallah, as you say. So just in order to be a bit positive, but definitely the challenges are many, and we spoke along all the panel, during the panel, so we will see. But definitely what I do believe I expect in Ankara will be discussed and will be the hot topic among the others will be the need of cohesion, of unity within the NATO bloc, that we need it.
Patrick, what do you think?
My expectation is a more consensual NATO. Because if you have lack of consensus, you give priority to the EU and to build something. And this is something very hard because from time to time you don't have the same point of view, but this is for me the key to make NATO stronger. Also, we don't speak about enlargement. Georgia, Ukraine, and so on. Cyprus, also, non-NATO members. And I think that we have to deal with that. If we forget these hard topics, the hot topics, we'll not be able to go further. I think we must be, I would say, very serious, powerful, courageous to build the NATO of the future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much for participants. And it was a really fruitful discussion. And thank you for the audience. And I would like to give the floor to our presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a big round of applause. I think all these insightful remarks deserve a big round of applause. Thank you all so much for joining us today, for sharing your insightful remarks and for your contributions. Değerli moderatör ve panelistlerimize çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir fotoğraf almak için kendilerini...
We're going to take a family picture now.
I hope you all enjoy the coffee break. We continue our program with the second and the last panel discussion. Değerli misafirler, Türkiye-NATO Partnership at 74 paneliyle programımıza devam ediyoruz. Paneli yönetmek üzere moderatörümüz ve Dış Politikalar Kurulu üyesini sahneye davet ediyorum. Bu paneli yürütmek üzere sayın moderatörümüz sahnede yerlerini aldılar ve aynı zamanda
We would like to
çok kıymetli misafirlerimizi etmek istiyorum. Sayın Neşoğlu, NATO Parlamenter Asamblesi Türk Delegasyonu Başkanı. Hoş geldiniz efendim. Teşekkürler. Sayın Doktor Can Kasapoğlu, Hudson Enstitüsü kıdemli araştırmacısı. Hoş geldiniz. Buyurun. Size Sayın Profesör Nurşin Ateşoğlu Güney, Milli İstihbarat Akademisi akademisyeni. Hoş geldiniz. Şimdi paneli yürütmek üzere sözü ve sahneyi moderatörümüz Kılıç Buğra Kanat'a devrediyorum. Buyurun.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
thank you very much. I would like to thank our participants first of all, our distinguished minister, Mr. Kasapoğlu, Bryza and Güney. We will continue in English.
Great MC, so I will not waste any time to introduce our dear panelists, and I will start getting their introductory remarks before directing my questions to them. And let me open the floor with Minister Çavuşoğlu. We are again he had a very busy schedule, and I insisted personally. I want to thank for him to make time for us in this important panel. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Urabe, for this opportunity. And it's my pleasure and honor to be here today. And I think our session is on Turkey-NATO relations. And I think we all know that Turkey's NATO membership is not merely a security preference, but it has been a broader strategic orientation that has extended from the Cold War to present day. And since the membership, Turkey's membership, Turkey's contribution to NATO, NATO's missions, NATO's common funding, and NATO's activities has been considerable. And Turkey has been doing its best to reach a 2% goal. It was 2%, now 3.5 and 1.5, in total 5%. And I think last year we reached 2.33% of GDP target, aiming 2.88 for this year. And Turkey's contributions to NATO, particularly, and it sets a good example of burden sharing within NATO and NATO alliances. And as the second largest army and air command, Turkey has been also participating other activities and missions. And particularly, Turkey is experiencing counterterrorism, and Turkey's efforts actually to include terrorism in the NATO's security concept was very considerable, thanks to support of other allies in the south, like Spain. At the end, Turkey has been one of the main pillars of the southern flank of NATO, while Turkey has been contributing considerably to the eastern flank of NATO. But when you look at the history, since we became membership, there have been also some challenges. And particularly the Johnson letter and the embargo following Cyprus peace operation has left lasting emotions, I can say. And from time to time, Turkey learn not to rely on NATO's assurances fully, because our expectations have not met fully from time to time, particularly during our operations against different terrorist organizations. We got full support in our fight against Daesh, in words, not in deeds, but we had differences when we started our operations against PYD, PKK, and restrictions imposed on Turkey's defense products import was also very disappointing for Turkey. It's good now. It's very good that many allies are lifting those restrictions. So there has been challenges, and during the membership of NATO, membership of Sweden and Finland to NATO, we had also different perceptions of security. While Nordic allies were focusing on the threat coming from Russia, our concern was counterterrorism. It was not a kind of conditionality, but different perception of the understanding of the security. And we did our best to assure the allies' solidarity in facing all kind of threats and challenges without any discrimination. But during the wars, recent wars like Russia-Ukraine war and Iran's and US aggression in Iran, once again show that the importance of Turkey. And Turkey was only the NATO ally that kept the channels open with Russia. And through Turkey, actually, NATO has been able to keep those channels open. And the geopolitical importance of Turkey is also recognized. For instance, our full control on our straits under Montreux Convention, and our contribution to shape NATO's security concepts or policies in Black Sea region have been also other roles that Turkey or contributions that Turkey's contribution to the NATO in general. Let me stop here. Maybe we can continue our discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that opening remarks. John, floor is yours. Your introductory remarks about the Turkey-NATO relations.
Well, first of all, we should see the broader geopolitical picture or what NATO has been evolving to. What I call it is back to basics. Times are bad, but NATO was not established by a hobby club in Europe. Its main purpose was to stop Soviet expansion and to spare Europe from the threat of communism. Turkey was at the times tying down more than 20 Soviet Red Army divisions, but it wasn't the only frontier that Turkey was facing the Soviet threat. We had in our south Arabic-speaking Red Armies, because all the Arab world, both Ba'ath Syria and the Ba'ath Iraq under Saddam Hussein and Hafez al-Assad, they were mimicking the Soviet Red Army in terms of their doctrine, in terms of their ideological approach to warfare. And we saw the influx of various, not only Soviet, Russian, but also North Korean weapon systems. So it was really interesting times back in the Cold War for Turkey, facing the Soviet Union in its north and facing the Soviet Union satellites in its south. What happened right after the end of the Cold War was you would call peace dividend after Prime Minister Thatcher and the first Father Bush administration. You can call it a moment of relief after the Cold War. You can call it the anti-inflammatory political overdoses, if you like, for Europe. But we thought that it would have lasted forever. Actually, right now, what we are seeing is 3 flashpoints at global scale. One is the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russo-Ukrainian war. It started with a flawed IPB, intelligence preparation of the battlefield, the so-called special operation. Right now, we are seeing the 4th year of the invasion. The Russian Federation conscripts more than any standing European militaries except for Turkey each year, 2 times. The number of Russian troops on sovereign Ukrainian territory is 700,000, and the Russians have a manpower of 7 million. We are seeing not only the Russian military industrial complex, but also the North Korean military industrial complex is on steroids right now. The microprocessors are coming from China. In a given strike package, Russo-Iranian Shahid drones make up 60% of the strike package. So the invasion of Ukraine is some kind of coalition warfare effort. And if it wasn't the wake-up time for our European friends and allies in NATO when they saw a North Korean contingent fighting the Ukrainian military at Europe's doorstep, I hope it was the wake-up call when they saw Iranian-originated Gerbera drones, Shahid decoys, entering the Polish airspace back in 2025. So it is not NATO evolving, it is not NATO changing. Times were bad when we established this alliance, and now times are worse. Apart from that crisis stemming in Europe, mushrooming in Europe, we have the 1997 NATO-Russia Act sunk without a trace. That we have to confess. The moment the Russian Federation, under the rule of the last generation of the Soviet KGB, rejuvenated nuclear Belarus, 1997 Russia-NATO Act is practically over. We have a nuclearized Belarus right now. In the south, we have yet another flashpoint that His Excellency Minister Çavuşoğlu very rightly put, with the turmoil in the Middle East and the global ramifications, because oil is a global commodity. But the potential worst threat is, I hope not, but it might be yet to come, the Davidson window. Named after Phil Davidson, the former commandant of the Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Davidson, before the Armed Services Committee pointed out 2027, which is next year, as the start date of the possible invasion of Taiwan by the PLA. Why it is the most dangerous one? Because it is the one that would necessitate a Chinese-American direct clash, something that we avoided during the Cold War. We never saw the Americans and the Soviet Russians clashing at conventional large scale or nuclear scale, but Taiwan could necessitate that. So under all these, cumulative bad news, it is back to basics for NATO, and back to basics leads to one simple question. What are you bringing to the table? What is the military capabilities that you are bringing to the table? So we have 2 military districts in Western Russia. One is Moscow military district, the other one is Leningrad military district. And the one and only European armed force that outnumbers 2 Russian military major formations is the Turkish armed forces. If you are looking at the one and only NATO nation, apart from the United States, this side of the Atlantic, that can produce something akin to the level of sophistication of drone warfare in the Russo-Ukrainian war, you see the Turkish defense industrial complex again. If you look at one single nation that didn't refrain from putting boots on the ground against ISIS, again, Mr. Minister pointed very precisely, and I think we have to double down on that. It was not a special operation by specific counterterrorism units of the Turkish military. When every single European NATO ally was saying no boots on the ground caveat about fighting ISIS, Turkey was the only NATO nation that put boots on the ground, conventional warfighting formations, mechanized brigades, commando brigades at multi-brigade level. So I think it is back to the Cold War times, and these are the times that nations with crude, tangible, and results delivering military capabilities win. And I think it it is a good time of the year for the Turkish both security policymakers and foreign policymakers to make the most of it.
Thank you very much, Can. We will definitely come back to that last point. Nurşin Hocam.
Okay, thank you very much. Up until now, in the first panel, we have seen the theoretical outlook and the questions related to the basics of NATO, what NATO was and is and can be in the future. Questions were sorted out. And now I would like to try to first focus on the picture ahead of us, the geopolitical outlook. And what this geopolitical outlook imposes on NATO, and also within this structure, where does NATO and Turkey relations stand out? So first, it's already been mentioned, but I need to go over it. We are seeing that we are in a period of, from international structure-wise, in a transitional period. We are not anymore in the 90s where we have the US hegemony in war system. And so according to the some people, it's already a multipolar system that we are in it. To some, it might be described as tripolar world, and some others, they have different descriptions for what we are experiencing it. But what we are seeing is that it's a ruptured world that we are in. And what I mean is that there are plenty of, center of powers that we are witnessing, apart from great powers, or yesterday's superpowers and today's plus great powers. We have the middle powers, small powers, and even mini powers that they say in our IR language. This is why it's being called fractured. And this is why, apart from this, we have also the return of great power rivalry in a tense way. And so this is, along with this, we don't have any ideological confrontations, as been mentioned, like in the Cold War years. But what we have today is different, in a different fashion that we are all living through. It's the new Cold War that I describe it as with others. So all these things, together with the new administration in USA, the second version of Trump administration, which inclines to pursue a transactional politics, really makes harder to focus in bringing up a unified decision making. So that is why people are talking about the international governance problem, or the lack of governance that we are witnessing. And in that, people are talking about the malfunction of international organization, that they are not able to bring out solutions for the crisis, the wars that we are having and witnessing. It's been mentioned, Ukrainian war up in north and down south of Turkey. We have since October 7th, we have the Gaza problem, and then the world has been widened due to the Israel's unproportional expansionist policies on the ground, military-wise. And then very recently, in June last year, we have seen, the American assault on Iran on 3 nuclear sites. And this was also followed with again with the collaboration of USA and Israel, a new war against Iran. So this is where we are. And finally, yesterday, a very fragile ceasefire has been launched, but we don't know what's going to happen and how all these problems, crisis, wars are going to affect the region and beyond, and of course NATO. And on top of that, we have also, due to these transactional, actions of USA and the rhetoric that was coming from the president of Trump, we have seen that again the reliability of coherence in NATO was questioned. Whether the question was whether US is going to
stay in the alliance or not is the basic question. Of course, this also triggers another question, which is the Article 5. Every states in the Europe and the allies in the organization, especially in the coming summit in Ankara, wants reaffirmation of Article 5 again. This is one of the basic problems that is being witnessed. And of course, Turkey is also is supporting this viewpoint because this is directly related with deterrence matters in a hard way, in NATO. And again, as I said, Turkey stands in the middle, since this alliance divergence rift has come about, as it's been mentioned in the first panel. It's not the first time. It has been, worked through with the alliance efforts, the members. It has been solved, and up till now, NATO stands as the most capable and powerful, international regional organization, actually, in the wide world sense. But as I said at the beginning, all these new, problems that we are witnessing, whether it's at strategic level, whether at regional, or even in household-wise, all, making the working of all organizations difficult in terms of bringing up to concrete decisions when it's being faced with several problems, crises, and wars. The threats that we are facing today are all multidimensional, and they are happening simultaneously. So it's been mentioned again in the morning that, of course, as a big alliance, those who are in the north or the east or the south, threat perceptions differs. But, at the end of the day, with the efforts of alliances, members, a solution has come about. But this time, it's quite a difficult time, I believe in so. And here at this point, up till now, we have seen the contributions of Turkey up till now during the Cold War and even post-Cold War, and its capacity that has been built up until now, especially in the last 2 decades. Considering this rift between the Washington and the Europeans, I guess Turkey stands in a way, in a very beneficial format to bring up a dialogue between the two sides. First, to bring up the unity once again, and this conference in July is very precious at that from that perspective, and also from the military-wise. I was listening a panel this week, and John was one of the speakers of that. And there, the question was raised: what can happen? What will be the European allies face, even if the case happens that U.S. decided to leave NATO? I mean, this is not going to happen for some reasons that Kılıç, because there is a new law passed in the Congress that 2/3 of the Congress has to say yes, blah blah. But other than that, we know that there are the basic problem is strategic enablers that is being mentioned in this conference and this panel, which is very crucial from the perspective of European security in future, how they would, whether they could substitute the US contribution to the NATO. And we have seen discussions about this in media, and some of the politicians from Europe, I won't mention the names, they said we can stand alone, we can substitute NATO, and some others say no, we can't. And Rutte, the general secretary, was in between to reassure Trump on one side, so that Americans' contribution to NATO would be there. And I'm not going to make the story long, make it short. What I'm saying is that there is a reality on the ground that there are some strategic enablers that no one can at this moment fulfill what Americans are contributing to NATO. But here I come to Turkey at this moment. And there are fields that I'm so sure that John knows better than I do. But Turkey, with its achievement in the last 2 decades in, this field, there are contributions that Turkey can make. And Europeans are aware of it. The problem is that, again, maybe in the coming this summit, of course not during the summit time, but beforehand, via these diplomatic channels, I guess this could be more properly explained, and the problems about the strategic enablers in the future, some of them at least, that they can be fulfilled, can be worked together with Turkey. So here at this point, I will stop, and we will further with your continuing questions later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all your comments. And it has been almost 20 years that scholars around the world has been discussing that there may be a transition, evolution in international system. Now in the last 3-4 major international meetings and conventions, we got the idea that there is a consensus that it is transformed, but we don't know where it is going, right? So, Mr. Minister, you are one of the rarest statesmen that experienced this transformation, both the European Council of Europe, and as a foreign minister, and then now the head of the Turkish delegation of NATO's Parliamentary Assembly. Everybody agrees that we have been in transformation, and Turkey is at touch with multiple crisis points of this transformation. Tell me, if you see Turkey, if this multiple crisis zone, the location of Turkey, the involvement of Turkey for this in diplomatic ways, is this put a burden on Turkey, or is this a major provide a weight for Turkey in NATO, or is it both? With more power comes with more responsibility. How would you define Turkey's new position in this transforming international system?
Thank you very much. Obviously, we are living in a totally different world than when AK Party came to power in 2002. I'm not talking about the years of my university years. So it means everything has changed so fast. And we have been talking about the system, but we don't know which system we are discussing. And therefore, since the system is not capable to prevent any war or conflict, or to solve any problem, or even the systems are not meeting the expectations of the ordinary people, I think since we are in the multipolar world, the role of actors like Turkey and the actors in other parts of the world are more valuable. And if you come back to Turkey, and unfortunately, more than 60% of the crises and conflicts and frozen conflicts or protracted conflicts are in our region or in our vicinity. Therefore, it has been inevitably it's a burden on Turkey, but at the same time, as I underline in my opening remarks, Turkey's importance has been recognized not only by NATO or NATO allies, but worldwide. And our role on the wars, first Russia-Ukraine war, our position has been very clear. We rejected Russia's aggression. We provided technical support and other kind of supports to Ukraine, but we didn't join the sanctions because sanctions were unilateral ones. As a principle, we never joined the unilateral sanctions. Therefore, we maintained the dialogue with both sides, and we couldn't actually able to reach a ceasefire in Antalya. In Antalya, we were not expecting much when we brought two foreign ministers together. But in Istanbul, they were close to reach an understanding of ceasefire. Peace takes longer time, obviously, because there are some other, like Crimea, differences between two countries. But since then, we brokered this grain deal. And after maybe 2 decades, the food prices went down after this. It was important. And thanks to Turkey's role and the confidence of both sides, and we brokered all the exchange of prisoners between two countries. And when we look at the other conflicts and the crisis, or our role in Syria, for instance, it has been inevitably a burden, and we have affected due to the terrorism and mass flow of migration and other challenges. But at the same time, the role that we play, for instance, to ensure the security of the energy corridors, and I mentioned the security of Black Sea and full implementation of the Montreux Convention. And actually, we went beyond the Montreux Convention. According to Article 19, the warring sides, the ships actually of the warring sides cannot pass through the straits. But there were 22 or 23 ships of Russia that are eligible to go through. Because if those ships, warships, are registered to their bases on Black Sea before the war, they are eligible. What we did, we asked Russia not to bring those warships. In return, we talked to our NATO allies. We canceled 3 or 4 military joint exercises in Black Sea, and we asked them not to bring any warships to the Black Sea. And both sides actually agreed on this. From time to time, we were criticized by Bulgaria and Romania, our neighbors, but we managed things with them as well. So it has been a burden for Turkey in many means, but Turkey's importance has been also recognized. For instance, our relations with Russia was questioned many times before the war. But after war, when they saw that we have been managing something with Russia, that was supported. Forget about recognizing our dialogue with Russia, but supported by NATO allies.
Just following up on this, there is a quote often attributed to Mark Twain, but nobody knows who made this quote actually. It says, God created war so that people can learn geography. So once these wars are over, in peacetime, do you think NATO will continue to recognize Turkey's significance? Because you usually see that when there is a war in Ukraine, when there is a war in Iran, there's sudden interest to Turkey. But then there has been among NATO at least in some countries, there is an ignorance of the significance of Turkey.
I'm confident that NATO allies and NATO itself will continue recognizing the importance of Turkey. Of course, if NATO is not evolved to another organization, and we know the problems, differences between US and the European allies, and we totally understand that European allies are trying to be more autonomous in their defense structures. It's okay for us, but at this moment, though, EU allies have been excluding Turkey from all these efforts. We have two advice. Any efforts shouldn't duplicate NATO's missions or activities, or shouldn't be taken as an alternative to NATO, as we never see our relations with other parts of our relations to NATO or our relations with West. And secondly, Turkey and other non-EU allies should be also included in such efforts. I'm confident that Turkey's importance will maintain even if all these crises are solved, which is a very optimistic approach. I just mentioned also frozen conflicts and Ossetia, South Ossetia, and Abkhazia, Transnistria, and even Cyprus are conflicts that the solutions of them have been frozen. So since many other crises and conflicts are in our region, I think nobody will will be able to ignore the role and importance of Turkey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. John, Mr. Minister mentioned how Turkey achieved some diplomatic breakthroughs in these difficult times. And in addition to diplomacy, when we talk about Turkey's foreign policy or Turkey's contribution to NATO, one of the most often stated issues are defense industry. And how in defense industry is evolving in Turkey, how it is shaping the defense industry itself. Do you think there is that recognition now within the NATO about the Turkish defense industry and its growing significance for the NATO's overall missions around the world?
A wishful thinking answer would be yes, definitely. A prudent answer would be some part of the NATO alliance, unfortunately, have not developed the understanding of 21st century warfare enough to understand what it can bring. And what do I mean by that? In defense technology, we do not see a gradual increase in military capabilities over time. Think of the horde of Attila the Hun, for instance. How would you travel all the way from the steppes of the Turkic Asia all the way into the plains of Europe? Oxes, horses, chariots, and think of the conquest of Istanbul, so to speak. Mehmet II, the conqueror Fatih. How would you travel your horde? The same technology. If you look at the logistics between the horde of Attila the Hun and Mehmet II, the conqueror, you see that there's little change in logistics, even though it is a millennia that we are talking about. In 4 centuries, though, then you have the steam. You have the railways and you have the steam power. History in defense technological generation very seldomly offers windows of drastic change. And Turkey was on the losing side of the industrial age, that's for sure. Imagine yourself as a foreign military delegation come here for shopping around, for fancy toys. Buy a Turkish main battle tank. That you cannot. Altay is yet to enter in arsenal, and we still have like few years optimistically for exporting. Buy a 4th generation or 3rd generation Turkish combat aircraft. That also you cannot. Turkey was on the very buyer end of the equation. But the same nation that you cannot buy main battle tanks or 4th generation combat aircraft, you can buy state-of-the-art drone warfare systems with full autonomy, swarming capabilities, with unmanned wingman concepts like Kızıl Elma, like TB3, and often Turkish industrial leaders like Selçuk Bayraktar, for instance, or Baykar, often points out that very crack in time over defense technologies, that you could be on the losing side of the industrial age, but be one of the winners of the new digitalized, information superiority driven, robotics driven, artificial intelligence driven battle space. We call it hyperwar. So it is more or less the cross section of autonomy, artificial intelligence, robotic systems, smart battle networks. And at such times we have two European nations really looming large, standing out from the crowd. One is a NATO nation, it is Turkey. Other one is a non-EU, non-NATO nation that forged its military capabilities under fire, which is Ukraine. And also one critical trend we are seeing, these two nations are cooperating. And also we shouldn't forget the very fact that when President Zelensky told the world that I don't need a right, I need bullets, it wasn't a defiance against the Russian Federation, it was a defiance against the West, because Zelensky's, Ukraine's Western partners, they advised evacuation of Kyiv, moving the government to Lviv. We're going to recognize this government. It was a defiance moment. And at the time, there were NATO allies that were offering to provide the Ukrainian military with helmets, with Kevlar vests, but Bayraktar TB2s were hovering above the Ukrainians' the skies with no operational caveats and restrictions. You want to hit a Russian tank with a Bayraktar TB2. And again, so to remind, Turkey doesn't, very recently it does, with exceptions, but Turkey doesn't, also at the time, it was unthinkable, certify foreign munitions on its drone warfare systems. So when you are blowing up that Russian tank, you are blowing up with not only with a Baykar-made TB2, but also with the Roketsan-made smart munitions. So this is the future of warfare that we are talking about, and few NATO nations, apart from the United States, apart from Turkey, to some extent, I would say like United Kingdom, in certain areas, France, but few NATO nations are developing such capabilities. This is very important. Second of all, the good old conventional warfighting is not over. Artillery is still one of the prime killers in the battlefield when we are looking at the combat data from Ukraine. Manpower is very important.
And Iran probably.
And also Iran. Speaking of Iran, by the way, ballistic missiles are very important. In Europe, Turkey is the one and only nation alongside France that is an active proliferator of ballistic missiles. There is no other widespread ballistic missile program in Europe. And also, for all the deficiencies, and I'm going to be very non-diplomatic here, crybabying about President Trump is not the way forward for the continent to get its defense capabilities ready. More than 10 European nations do not have main battle tanks in their arsenal at all. More than 10 European NATO nations do not have fixed-wing combat aircraft in their arsenal at all. President Trump has been in politics for how long? For a decade? It is not his fault. 90% of European NATO doesn't have a ballistic missile program of their own. Whose problem is that? President Trump did that. In 3 months, North Korea delivered more principal artillery shells to the Russian invasion, more than European Union could deliver in 1 year, because of President Trump. Okay? So I think given all these deficiencies in conventional warfighting and all these future horizons of hyperwar, it is not a pro-Turkey position or an anti-Turkey position that we should discuss. It is a realistic military scientific position that we have to take as a point of departure, and few NATO nations can provide those capabilities. Now, if it were 1990s, if it were the beginning of 2000s, and I'm gonna again be very non-diplomatic here, the teenage dreams of Greta Thunberg of saving the world from the climate catastrophe could take over. But right now, amidst an era that you are having Iranian ballistic missiles and drones reigning over the Gulf energy infrastructure, jumping the oil prices all the way from 70s to 100s. At a time when we have 700,000 Russian troops in European territory, in Ukraine, also augmented by the North Koreans. And again, like given the directions, the trajectories that this can take, I think Turkish defense industry, Turkish military prowess, these are not policy positions. These are military scientific positions. These are solid, objective military scientific findings.
When do you expect NATO to come to that point and discuss this as a military scientific point of view?
We are seeing that the concept, for instance, we are seeing some signs of that. The concept that I'm pointing that I pointed out, hyperwar, for instance, was first coined by a joint article, if I'm not mistaken, 2017 by General Allen of the U.S. Marine Corps and Amir Hussein, a Texas-based tech entrepreneur. And then Amir Hussein wrote that Turkey is one of the nations that is developing hyperwar capabilities in Forbes. Allied Command Transformation, I know, is working on these issues, is setting its focus on future horizons. But the main problem is we do not have the entire NATO alliance being on the same page about the future of warfare, future of defense technologies. That's one point. And second, the good old diplomatic hurdles, all these frozen conflicts that Mr. Minister rightly mentioned, and all these like prejudice and all these like again the labyrinths of political machinations, they exist. The frank answer to your question, I think the entire NATO alliance will have to find out. What I hope is not through the hard way.
Before going to Nurşin Hoca, Mr. Minister, I want to turn to you because it was interesting. You were mentioning how Turkey was trying to mediate the dispute and everything, and how Turkey didn't adopt the sanctions. And John mentioned how Turkey contributed to beginning the war efforts of Ukraine. Was it difficult to keep that balance between Ukraine and Russia? This is probably a question that everybody is curious in this room. And you were the foreign minister at that time in Antalya. I remember in Antalya Diplomacy Forum when you bring together the foreign ministers of two countries.
It was not that difficult to maintain that balance, frankly speaking, because we have been very transparent with both warring parties, both Russia and Ukraine, and we didn't hide anything. Russia knew what we have been providing to Ukraine. During the bilateral meetings, Putin was mentioning all of them in a not very negative attitude, frankly speaking. But it was obvious that they knew everything. They knew everything. And once after a 1+1 meeting in Sochi, they continued as tete-a-tete, one-on-one. And after around 45 minutes, I was invited to the room. And President Erdogan asked me that why we close our airspace for Russian military plane, and why we don't allow Russian ships carrying grains to reach our ports. And I said, can I directly explain this to President Putin? President Erdogan said, yes, please, go ahead. And I said, Mr. Putin, we kept our airspace for your civilian flights, right? But we have been under pressure. We didn't adopt the sanctions. And I discussed this issue with Lavrov. He didn't agree with me. Then President Erdogan called you, and together you decided that you wouldn't use our airspace for military flights, because Russia was bringing more military personnel, experienced ones from Syria to Ukraine. Therefore, and I said, President Putin, I continued, the grain and fertilizer are not included in sanctions. Therefore, we have no problem to import your grains. And obviously, as a state, we don't import much grains. Our private sector, since we are second biggest pasta and flour exporter country, our private sector is importing grain. But please do not put us in a situation that we are buying Ukrainian grains via your Russian Federation. And I said, we know you switch off the system of the ships for 18, 24 hours. And we know that these ships go to the ports that you are controlling. I didn't say you are invading, controlling, that they are coming back to the same point and they are carrying the Ukrainian grains. At the end, I was surprised that he appreciated. He said, I'm not, this is not the irony, he said, I really appreciate this frankness, and this is what we actually expect from Turkey. And so even in specific areas, we have been very clear and transparent with both sides. And from time to time, we have also had some disappointments with Ukraine, for instance. You rightly mentioned the Bayraktar. They made even songs on Bayraktar. And Bayraktar was given to many son as name. But at the end, Bayraktar wanted to have a production within Ukraine. It didn't work. I know obviously why it didn't work. And they openly asking for more weapons, including bullets, you mentioned. And obviously the corruption is very high in Ukraine. This is in the reports of everybody, including US. So therefore, I mean, we know all these realities. Despite all this, some disappointments, we have been maintaining this balance in our relations. So I don't think it has been difficult for us, for President Erdogan, for myself, as for Ibrahim Bey as Chief of Intelligence, Hakan Bey, our Defense Minister, or anybody in Turkey. So, and to add, also to further elaborate your first question on me, I think Turkey's advantage is that we are providing more affordable and flexible systems and rapid production for NATO. And we are not only a military providing country, and we are also influencing doctrines of NATO at this moment. And we are even setting standards within NATO. That's why Turkey's key role will be maintained in the future as well.
Thank you very much, especially in NATO's latest drill in Estonia. It was very obvious what kind of role Turkey can play. Nurshin Hoca, you mentioned the role that Turkey play between Europe, NATO, and United States. So after talking so much about balancing act of Turkey and its ability to mediate sometimes disputes, sometimes facilitate the talks, sometimes make it easy for parties to understand each other, can Turkey serve as a balancing pillar between European security and transnational bonds? Transatlantic bonds, right? Especially in regards to NATO.
Well, I guess, first of all, it depends on the crisis that at the moment NATO is facing. Both internal, the Atlantic rift that is due to many subjects, as well as the geopolitical situation. For instance, take the Iranian war, the US and Israel is against Iran. If this ceasefire, which is fragile, if this helps this conflict to de-escalate, then there is a possibility that the allies come together and, through dialogue and with the insistence of, Turkey being in between the two sides, there is a possibility that a common ground can be found. But if I only gave the war in Iran, but you can also take this to the other crisis and implant it. What I'm saying is that if there's going to be escalation at the moment of NATO summit, for instance, that takes place, then there is a little chance that there's going to be harmony among the members of NATO who has different threat perceptions and ideas about not only NATO's future, but also about the transatlantic relations. It's been again this morning mentioned. So, one bloc prefers to go as along with USA leadership. The other wants to strengthen NATO or the European pillar in NATO, and the others also wants to cooperate with EU and some other strategic autonomy-wise, ideas that is popping up. So it depends on the geopolitical tensions that how it will evolve. But Turkey has one advantages as being a middle power state. I mean, during the times of tension, especially among not the transatlantic wise relations, I'm talking about great power relations, there is a probability as, the previous old international order is gone. I truly accept Canadian Prime Minister views on this point, Carney. He said that there is a role for middle powers or small powers to play, to substitute the decay of malfunction of multilateral formats. So in this case, Turkey can bring up its capability and ability that she's already doing it. If it's a matter of transatlantic relations between the two sides or on some other issue that has to be decided in NATO, Turkey can bring its experience in minilateralism. That is what she's doing at the moment, but we don't call it minilateralism. For instance, you can bring up diversifying the relations, and you can also use these relations to improve relations among others. This is what I'm trying to say. For instance, in this case, it has been said that before this ceasefire that has been launched in Iran, Turkey's intelligence, MIT has been, for instance, has been influential in this back channel talks, for instance. This is one way of doing it. But the other one is using the minilateralism to facilitate relations among the opposing sides. This could be helpful, I guess.
And as the final question, I started to get some warnings that the time is already up. So for all of our panelists, I want to give a few minutes to tell us what is their expectations about the Ankara summit for both Turkey's NATO relation as well as NATO's overall future.
I'm sure it will be one of the most successful summit, and all the summits that Turkey has been hosting have been one of the best, like G20 summit in Antalya and the others. But I think President Erdogan will not only be a host at Ankara summit. I think he will spend a lot of efforts to overcome the differences between US or Trump if he comes. And there are some questions in Europe whether he will be in Ankara or not. We have no doubt about that as Turkey, but you never know. And calm the tension between Trump and again the other allies. During his first term, he was attacking, not only criticizing other allies for three things: for not reaching 2% goal target, and for not increasing their contribution to common funding, and for buying gas from Russian Federation. Particularly Merkel and the other France, Macron were under attack. He was not criticizing two leaders, President Erdogan and Slovenia, because his wife is from Slovenia. And yeah, that time their relations with Hungary was not that good. And I remember the reaction of Orban. He said, Mevlut, I have to decide to invade all our neighbors to reach that 2% goal. Now, I think they are ready to meet even 7%. And the reaction of then Prime Minister of Luxembourg was also very interesting, because Luxembourg has only 600 troops or soldiers in the country. Now I think they will be spending in technology that 2 or 3% goal. But another challenge that is not on the top of the agenda, but I think it's very important for us, for all allies than United States. At this moment, if you look at the NATO documents, summit decisions, declarations, you see China as a challenge. But we know that both US administration and the Congress, during the NATO Parliamentary Assembly meetings, we asked this question to US delegation. For them, Russia is a threat. And US has been insisting to actually add China as a threat to NATO. Now there are two main threats: Russia, Russia and terrorism. So if in the case that China is accepted as a threat, there will be a tremendous impact to European continent, and also on the relations of our NATO allies with China, inevitably. This will continue being one of the main challenge for NATO allies in the future as well.
Thank you very much. Can?
I cannot think any place better than doing it in Turkey for the NATO summit at the time. Not because I'm Turkish. At Hudson Institute, I do not focus on Turkey research. My portfolio is defense intelligence. But sometimes places remind you of things that you have forgotten long time ago, and you should remember. Not very long time ago, over the Turkish airspace, NATO intercepted at least 4 Iranian ballistic missiles. Not again very long time ago, we have seen naval mines and unmanned surface vehicles, naval drones coming from the Russo-Ukrainian conflict's Black Sea theater. So this is the reality today. And again, not very long time ago, Turkey's very southern borders were, the frontier was facing a civil war with systematic weapons of mass destruction use by the Ba'ath regime in Syria. In order to explain the geographical position of Turkey to foreigners, I generally use the late Cold War, early 1990s analogy. That's a nation that was bordering Saddam Hussein, Hafez al-Assad, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards post-1979 at the same time. Nothing better could be asked for. So coming here, I think it is not Den Haag. It is not Western Europe, okay? Coming here, few hundred kilometers from Syria, few hundred kilometers from Iraq, few hundred kilometers from Iran. I think this is the cold, shocking shower that the allies need, as we were discussing geography. What I do not expect a repetition of 2010 strategic concept that the alliance called Russian Federation a potential partner. But again, agreeing with Mr. Minister, my focus would be on what this alliance, because I'm sure we will keep calling the Russian Federation as a direct threat alongside terrorism. We have two definitions of direct threat to the alliance at NATO. But I'm going to be wondering about what we're going to say about the Chinese, the North Koreans, and the Iranians, especially at a time when global geopolitics is tumbling into the rabbit hole of endless conflicts and further tensions.
Thank you, Can. Nurşin Hocam.
I'm thinking that, first of all, nowadays, as John mentioned, the missiles that has been launched to Turkish airspace, we and also all the international community has witnessed the importance of extended deterrence. So considering the Europe's position, as it has been explained here, the lack of, defense and, military equipment that they lag behind, they are in need of, somehow somehow attaching to this importance of extended deterrence. So I think somehow, once in July, this summit has been assembled in Ankara. We don't know what's going to happen up until then. But I hope our European allies will be aware of the importance of the alliance and the coupling of, Washington and the Europeans. So this is what I'm thinking. And having the advantage of leadership relationship between Trump and as well as our president, this could be a facilitator if there is a political will on the side of Europeans to save the, NATO as being one and unified, and the importance of deterrence that, they mention about strategic autonomy, but this was not a new story. It has been maybe 2 decades long story that they could not fulfill the subjects underneath. So it's better to, recognize the importance of this, and with the assistance of Turkey in Ankara as being the facilitator, they should come to a common ground. This is my hope, actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I want to invite our Master of Ceremony. But before that, I want to thank our panelists and thank you for all participants for this enlightening debate. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank all of our distinguished speakers and the moderator for sharing their insightful remarks and for their contribution. I kindly invite you to the front of the stage for the picture.